Welcome to Legacy Awards Weekend 2024. I'm your host, Cassiopeia of TBM Group LLC, and I am so excited to have you all here. You are up bright and early this morning because I know you are ready to get it. I know I am. This is 3 days of Black business, Black entrepreneurs, and Black excellence before you, and I am just honored. Today is our virtual day, our first day, and this day we are focusing on mindset because when we have our businesses, we got to get our minds right. Sometimes we jump right into it, we get into hustle mode, and then we find ourselves scrambling. We find ourselves turning our wheels and not being able to move forward. But when you get your mindset together, when you understand your vision, when you have your plan, when you're focused, then you are armed and ready to go to the next level and keep killing it out here. And man, do we have a jam-packed crew of amazing speakers, entrepreneurs, magic makers, business owners that are going to blow your mind and get you ready to go to the next level. Last year, I was super empowered being a host last year as well, but I still listened. I still learned. I took notes and I took it in. And this sister that's going to be coming up first, okay? Dr. Sakira Jackson is phenomenal. I remember the words from her last year where she said, when you want to go to that next level, you have to insert emotion into what you want to have come before you. And that was so powerful, y'all. I practiced that the other day. I inserted the emotion. I see where our business is going. I understand where we are going to take it, right? And now I have even more guidance because our team is telling me that I was looking at the wrong camera the whole time. But it's fine. It's fine because we're going to have a good time. So I hope that you all are ready. I need you guys to be buckled in. I need you to have your notebooks ready. I need you to have your notes on your tablets, on your laptops, on your pen. I need you to get it together, right? And I need to know, can anybody tell me? Let me see. I got my boy Antoine here from WDB Marketing. He's in the background doing his thing per usual. He has an amazing business too, guys. And I need to know who's in the comments, y'all. Who's saying hello? I can't read it from that far. I want to know who's out there this morning. I already see that we've got tons of viewers already live checking in. Make sure that you say hi, that you wave, that you state your name, what business you have, and what do you do, right? Because this is also about community. This is about us building together so that we can really empower one another. We have a really strong presence, you guys, and Chicago hits hard with so many entrepreneurs. Cook County actually has the largest amount of Black owned businesses throughout the country, right? But we don't get that claim because it's the county. But we need to start owning that. We need to level up inside of that, right? Because we can come together, we can build together so that we can become stronger together. So keep knowing that, right? I know that Atlanta's been taking off, I know that Dallas has been taking off, but listen, it's always been here in Chicago. But we got to get louder about it. We need to be real proud about what we're doing and the strides that we're making within our area and how we are touching the globe right here out of Chicago, Illinois. I am so proud to be a Chicagoan. I'm so proud to be a 12 plus year business owner myself. And I myself am ready to keep going to the next level. I'm super excited. So again, I would just want to know who we got. Who we got? Shout out some names for me, Antoine. Who's online? Who's checking in? So I can shout you guys out. Harrison. Okay, here. What'd you say? Phillips, Harrison Phillips. Dr. Kim, what's up, Dr. Kim? We see you all. What else we got? Virgie, is that Virgie Bully? Is that my yes, and that's my soror too. Listen, you know the Crimson and Cream is always gonna show up real strong. Okay. Who else? What other sororities and fraternities do we have out here? Whatever professional organizations do we have out here? I can't wait to see you guys. Stay in there. We got who? Push 365, Event Group, Aisha Trotter. Yes. Let's go. I see you guys. Y'all are ready. Y'all are out here to catch these worms. Okay? Because you got to be grinding all the time in order to keep glowing up, in order to create that legacy for your family, to build that business. I want you all to start thinking bigger this year. I want you to start thinking about how can you not only have an entrepreneurship, not only can you have something where, hey, maybe I might have a storefront. What can you do to make your business an institution? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for people to make institutions of their businesses because that's how we create economic development. That's how we create economic stability. That's how we reduce poverty, how we reduce crime, we increase employment, right? Which then means that we increase the quality of life, y'all. In order to have wonderful communities, we have to have strong, resourceful communities where money is flowing constantly, not sometimes. Buying Black is something that we have to do constantly. And guys, this weekend is going to show you how to do it. You're going to get it from these speakers. You're going to get it by fellowshipping with other business owners. You're going to get it by finding resources that you didn't even know that you had right next to you. Right? That's what this conference is about. And I'm super, super excited. Let's see. I got Block the haters. Block the haters. I see you right there. Good morning and blessings to everyone. I love that. That's you got that right. We are blocking all the haters and we're bringing in all the blessings. That's what we're doing today. Let's see. We got Clarence Cooper that says, "Good morning, legacy builders. Blessings and continued success to all." And he's got the strong emoji eye. That is everything that we need. Guys, y'all got me fired up this morning. I'm trying to insert some more emotion into my day, into this weekend, because I know this is going to be a prosperous weekend. This is going to be a profitable weekend for everybody. I want you to prioritize your business. I want you to invest in it. And you made that first stride by joining us today. Now, before we begin, I definitely have to give a shout out to our founders of WDB Marketing, and that is Kiana Barber and James Wheeler. I know you guys are out there. They're working hard right now, y'all. Listen, they are moving like ducks, working super hard and strong, but staying elegant always as they do it, keeping cool, calm, and collected, and ready to show up for you all and create this amazing weekend so that we can keep building so that we can and y'all, we bringing it big. I know you've all seen on Facebook and YouTube and on your social media platforms how you'll see things like Tony Roberts do these big, huge presentations, and it's like all powerful, and the speakers are coming from everywhere, and all the lights, cameras, and action is going on. That's happening right here in your city. You don't have to go anywhere else. You don't have to travel. You could come right here if you're from Chicago. And of course, we welcome everybody from out throughout the globe. But I'm just so proud. I'm so proud. They call us the third largest city. Sometimes they call us second city. But let me tell you, we are a diamond in the rough, and we are something to look out for. Okay. We are about to hit it hard, y'all. Chicago is it, and it's always been it. Y'all just didn't know, but we knew. All the talent comes out of Chicago. All right. We got Hollywood Brick coming up here. That new movie by Tyler Perry was filmed here with your girl Kelly Rowland. Okay. Don't sleep, and let's get it going. I don't know. Are we almost ready? Are we almost ready? All right. Okay. Let's go. So, coming up next, like I said, she had me fired up last year, and I was even able to take those jewels into this year and keep that prosperous journey for myself and for the Black Mall and my founder. Keep going. Okay. So I want you to unleash the power of your imagination and step into the future you desire with our Express 30-minute Vivid Vision training, led by esteemed Dr. Sakira Jackson. This workshop is a concentrated dive into the art of vivid vision creation, and helps with clarity and direction, enhanced productivity, and better goal setting. Everybody, put your virtual hands together for Dr. Sakira Jackson.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I know this room is filled with, and I say room, I'm talking about YouTube, that space. I know we're filled with some amazing, amazing people. And you know what we're going to be doing today? We're going to be implementing more of a vivid vision that was created 7 years ago. If you didn't know, if you weren't able to make it last year and you need to be in the room this year, if you wanted to do this, we're going to be able to do this. I want to first turn over here and say, girl, you know you always do the best. I love how you speak. It is amazing. You give the energy that we need for this conference, for this weekend. And me personally, I am blessed and highly favored to be the kickoff for the Legacy Power Conference. I can't even tell you. When Kiana told me this, that's what she wanted me to do. I was like, girl, you serious? Me, I'm going to start this for y'all. Well, you know, I just know it's nobody but God. And I always have to give him the glory for all the things that I get to do, because none of it would be possible without him. So I want to start with that. If you're in the room and you've been thinking, how in the world do I get to where I want to go? How do I change my life? I'm going to show you how to do it today. We got 30 minutes to think about and create something new. Intentional visioning is specifically about taking what's here in your mind and making it a reality. So when you start with intentional visioning, which is what we're going to do, you have to start with your imagination. You have to be able to clearly define what it is that you want, what it is that you're looking for. So let's talk about intentional, vivid visioning. Let's talk about how that happens. 7 years ago, when I sat with Kiana to work on the Legacy Conference, we were talking about something that she imagined. It was just an idea, it wasn't a reality. It was something that kind of was bubbling up in her heart, but hadn't taken form. And so we had to put together an intentional vision of what she wanted. And that's what we want you to do. If you want to have intentional growth, if you want to have what you're looking for, you're going to have this imaginary thing that's in what I call the metaphysical space. It's out there, it's not real yet, and you're going to need to bring it into the physical space. And in order to do that, you have to start with something in your imagination. You have to start with this feeling. You have to start with this idea. You have to start in a specific process. Intentional visioning is not something that you do arbitrarily. It is, by virtue of the word, intentional, meaning when you sit down, there's these specific things that you're going to do. I use this exercise with a lot of my intentional CEOs in our mastermind program. And what we actually do is I ask you to take your time, go somewhere that you feel inspired, somewhere that makes you feel more, better, possible, that the impossible is possible. And you're going to take a notebook and you're going to take your imagination and you're going to sit in that space and start to not just dream, but go forward. Next, please. You're going to take your mind, and what I say is push it out 5 whole years, 5 whole years, so that you deliberately choose what you want. Intention is an adjective, and it means that it is something that is done on purpose. That's why I'm specifically asking you to take a specific space and take yourself out there, because you have to be purposeful about this creation. When Kiana and I sat down and we talked about the Legacy Awards and we talked about the conference, she was purposeful about it. She was deliberate about it. There was no wondering whether this was possible. It was, I'm going to go out 5 years and I'm going to imagine what could be if I have the ability to create what I want. Next slide, please. I am going to take myself and my mind into a space that allows me to vision this future. The intentional vision is a portion of what we call intentional growth. And there's 4 key things that are a part of intentional vision. It's visioning, it's understanding, it's feelings, and it's actions. We talked about that emotion earlier today, that putting the emotion, that feeling into it is really the activator for what's going to make it turn into a reality. Next slide, please. What happens is that when you get the vision, you start to understand what it is you really want to create. And then your emotions allow you to turn what was a image in your mind into a desire in your heart. These 4 intention principles that we're going to talk about are the things that make it activate. So if you don't know how to activate it and you're saying, okay, I could go out, I could write that vision, I could imagine 5 years, I could do that. Then what do I do after that? Here's what you do. You look at the 4 intention principle precepts, the promises, the processes, the principles, and the practices. And for the easy way, because you probably won't remember promises, process, principles, and practices, it's the who, what, why, and how. Who's going to do it? Who is it that you want to be at the end of this process? What is it that you're going to do? You've got to figure out the steps. You don't just arbitrarily go out and start driving a car. You have to figure out those steps that it takes to own a car and what it takes to get licensed for a car, and then go and take lessons to drive that car. This is the same kind of thing. You have to begin with the end in mind. You have to begin with the end in mind. That's why we create the intentional vivid vision. Lots of people think of goals and they write this long list of things that they want to achieve. That's great. But what I'm asking you to do is actually create a picture. See, our mind works on pictures. And so when you get this picture, when you write this vision, when you step out 5 years and take all of that information and bring it back with a written description of who you're going to be, what you're going to be doing, what's your life going to look like, how are you showing up, and then ultimately, what do you have? That's when you can come back and you'll be beginning with the end in mind. It's kind of like what they would call reverse engineering. I want to tell you guys a story about um, a company called 1 800 Got Junk. This company created a vivid vision for the company. And they brought all of their people together after the owner had gotten a vivid vision of how big he wanted the company to be. And he brought all of his team in, and they all started having pieces of the vivid vision, right? And then they went so far as to do a vision board. They took a whole wall of their company and they made it a vision board. Well, one of the employees decided, the marketing manager put on there that they were going to be doing $100 million. Now, when he said that, everybody in the room, of course, was like, dude, we're at $6 million. How are we going to do $100 million? Well, he didn't know how that was going to happen, but it was something that he saw. Now, here's the funny thing: within about a week, there was an opportunity to put a sleeve on a Starbucks call. A sleeve, you know, the little brown sleeve that you have on the cups. So they paid the money to be on the sleeve. Well, just so happened that that cup with the sleeve was on a sleeve in a cup at a Starbucks in Chicago. And guess who picked it up? Oprah Winfrey. Now, this was back when she used to be in Chicago. But anyway, she picks up this cup, and on the sleeve it says 1 800 Got Junk. Now, Oprah, unbeknownst to us, had a whole bunch of stuff that she wanted to get rid of. So she called the 1 800 Got Junk number to find out about that junk. Fast forward through this whole process, ultimately, they wound up being on Oprah's show. And of course, now they have nationwide coverage. They went from $6 million in sales to $106 million in sales in like 6 years, all because of a vision that the owner had and a vision board that the company created. So I want to talk to you guys about doing this from a biblical perspective. I want you to understand that what I'm teaching you is biblically based. If you don't know, if you're not a person who uses your Bible, understand that God said, write a vision and make it plain. And he said, put it on the tables that he may run and readeth. What does that mean? He means that he's saying to you, write it down. Don't just have a vision in your head because you might forget. That's Habakkuk 2, 2 and 3. So if you have a vision, I'm saying don't just have a vision in your head, write it down. Next slide, please. This principle of intentional growth and intentional visioning is biblical based. You need to write your vision down. Now, if you're not really good about doing this, again, find somewhere that inspires you. Don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone. Maybe you usually work in your office. Maybe you usually work in your basement. Go find somewhere that inspires you. Find somewhere that you wish your business would be. Go sit there and imagine yourself in that space and then write your vision. Next slide, please. This will allow you to start to add that emotion that we talked about. Because, you know, when you sit in the space and start to feel that, you start to be it. You have to be it first before you can start doing the things. And then you can start having it. So I want you to imagine who you want to be. Imagine what must happen for you to be the person in your new vision. Those are the things that are going to make it happen. Now, here's the next biblical principle for you. It's Ephesians 5:15 through 17. Look carefully then how you walk, not as the unwise, but as the wise, making the best use of your time because your days are evil. Now, that means that you will get caught up in other things if you don't pay attention. You have to be focused in this process. In my book, Intentional Vivid Vision, I teach you this process. So, this is something that I offer to my intentional CEO in the mastermind. But you can use this. You can get the book if you're not able to come to the mastermind, because I really need you to imagine what it looks like, exactly how you want to be. And you have to write it down. Write till you can't write anymore. Don't just start writing like little bits. It's not a little bit. And the most important part about it is you have to write it in present tense. Present tense, meaning take yourself out there and write it as if you're already there. Don't write it as if I will be. Write it is as if I am. Use the present tense. I am working in my new company. I am talking to my staff. I am walking with my clients. Those are present tense, not I will be. Next slide, please. The way that you move your business forward using intentional vivid visioning is to create the future now, because then you'll be able to make both the internal changes and the external changes in your behavior. Because it's not about just imagining it, you have to make actual change. Next slide. You have to intentionally decide what habits, what beliefs, what behaviors you're going to embody. It's about who you're becoming. Now, when you decide to be someone else, you have to clear your mind. We have a lot of beliefs that come from other people. So, the third principle of intentional growth and intentional visioning is to awaken the feelings, awaken the emotion. What do you want to achieve? And how do you want to feel? When you master the art of intentional feelings, you can choose to feel a certain way. What you see in front of you can be a lie. So don't believe your lies. Don't believe the eyes, because they lie to you. Our eyes lie to us all the time because it can't see it. It's like when you plant a seed in the ground. That seed, when you put it in the ground, is already an oak tree if you put an acorn in the ground. We can't see the oak tree, but that doesn't mean it's not an oak tree. It just means needs the time to grow into what it's meant to be. Next slide. When you're creating this vision, think of it as a seed, the seed that you have planted that's going to grow into the vision. But if you don't start with the belief that it's possible and the knowledge that you can do the actions, even if you don't know what they currently are, as long as you believe it's possible, it will be possible. Think of it as I'm sure you guys have heard of this. If you believe you can, you can. And if you believe you can't, you can't. Because that is the truth. It's all based on you. Billy Blank says that where you are today is where your mind puts you. And where you be tomorrow is where your mind puts you. So if your mindset is one that does not allow you to believe in the impossible, you're the one that's going to keep you from achieving the possible. Next slide. What you have to do is take ownership of that future. Take ownership of that vision. Take ownership so that you can start being. And when you start being, then you start doing. And when you start doing, then you start having. It is a result of being that vision that it shows up. Circle back to Kiana. When we sat down and created the Legacy Conference 7 years ago, people, she already was there. This was a vision in her head 7 years ago. It is not just showing up. She imagined it 7 years ago. You guys are living in the vision. Isn't that amazing? That this was something she had in her head. We sat down and wrote it out. And now all of you get to experience this. When you clear your mind of all the clutter, you can identify the actions as she did to create something so amazing that it impacts thousands of people. You got to understand that for 7 years, this event has impacted thousands of people. It has been able to grow and grow and grow, just like that acorn into an oak tree. But the very first part of it, the most important part of it, is to go and do the intentional vision. Next slide, please. If you are wondering whether you can come and do something like that, get my book, Intentional Vivid Visioning. It will show you exactly how to do this. Or you could join one of the masterminds. Here's the thing. When we think about God's plan for us, he tells us in the Bible that we have to have a plan. In Proverbs 2:15, he says, "The plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance, but everyone who's hasty comes only to poverty." Do you hear what that says? The plans of the diligent come to abundance. But if you move too quickly, you're going to come to poverty. Haven't you seen that happen when you hastily go out, impulsively do things without a plan? And then you wonder why you didn't get where you want to be. Next slide, please. It's about the being, the doing, and the having. Whoever you are being is going to impact what you're doing, and it's going to ultimately impact what you have. You have to lay the groundwork. You have to have a vision. You need to write a plan so that you can move forward. Once you have that vision, then you can create SMART goals. And I like to call them smarter goals. I know we've heard of the specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time bound in terms of goals. Add to that it also needs to be emotionally and relevant to what you want to do. That's how you manage the task. That's how you monitor the process. That's how you measure what you want to do. And ultimately, that's how you get to celebrate what you've done. But if you don't have a plan, you can't expect to achieve what you're going for. Next slide. You have to spend your time thinking about what your future looks like. That's what vivid visioning is. Well, I want you guys to go back, check it out if you want to see major corporations using vivid visioning to create their future. As I said, Cameron Herold and his company, 1-800 Got Junk, they took this to a whole nother level. $100 million, people, $100 million growing their business. So the way that you're going to do it is you're going to stay focused. You're going to create a mental picture of the end. That's the vision. You're going to imagine yourself. I use the example like speaking Spanish fluently. Every time you decide to do something, it starts with an image. It starts with a thought. If you decided you wanted to speak Spanish, you'd have to start with the thought of speaking Spanish. And then you'd have to do the actions, meaning go get a course and then sit down and show up and practice and then find a way to do the actual work. I would say take a vision, make a vision of being in Spain or being in Mexico, talking to people who speak Spanish. Next slide. And then actually start doing it. That's how you get from a vision to a goal to an action to a completion. Some people need vision boards. Like I said, 1 800 Got Junk, they used an entire wall in their company and made that an intentional vision board that they could see every day, that they could look at the images that were placed there so that they could grow their company. You can do the same. I'm sure there's a wall in your business that you could turn into a vision board for your company. Find the pictures and the words that illustrate that vision that you have for your company and put it on the wall. Don't be ashamed to push yourself, your team, your company into the future. The only way that you're going to get what you want is to see it first. Everything that we see here, every chair, every table, every TV, every camera, every single one was an image in somebody's mind first. It was something that someone imagined possible. Next slide. They started with a conscious intention to create something that never was. Next slide. They took the time to imagine it. Now, here's an important part for you. A lot of people get this wrong. I've heard it 1,000 times. I'm trying. I'm trying. Trying is the lie that we tell ourselves to be okay with not doing. Because the truth is, you either are doing or you're not doing. So if you're not doing, stop telling yourself you're trying. Just say, I'm not doing. And then you at least would be activated to know that you need to be doing whatever it is you need to get done so you can have whatever it is you want to have. Zig Ziglar said, you got to be before you can do, and you've got to do before you can have. So if you aren't having what it is you want, it's because your vision is off. It's because your vision says it's okay to not have what you want. Next slide. It says that your vision is limited. Your vision is telling you that it's not possible for you. You got to be intentional. It is the key to success. Being intentional means that you take your imagination and you put it into action, and then you spend the time and focus. You focus your attention on the task that it takes to have manifestation. These things are made up again of the four states: vision, understanding, feeling, and action. If you can make sure that you get that clarity of what it is you need to do, and you start to know the kind of information that you need to collect to reach your vision, and you put your emotions, meaning you start to believe it's possible. Yeah, because when you believe, you'll take action even when you can't see it. That's what's known as faith. Faith is the belief in the unseen. And that's when you can take the actions, even though your eyes will tell you what you're looking for isn't in front of you. You don't have to see it outside in the physical space. You have to see it here. Again, everything we have, the microphones, the chairs, the walls, the buildings, everything that we have was in the mind of somebody first. I want to read this to you guys. If you want to have more, you have to become more. Success is not something you pursue, because what you pursue will elude you. It will elude you. It can be like trying to grab a butterfly. Success is something you attract by being the person, by becoming the person. So for things to improve, you have to improve. For things to get better, you have to get better. For things to change, you have to change. Because when you change, everything changes. And it only will change when you have a vision, when you set your intention, when you focus your attention, when you focus your actions. And remember, the only difference between ordinary is extra. All you need to do is just a little extra to be extraordinary. You ever thought about that? You just need a little extra. I'm giving you the extra. It's intentional, vivid visioning. You can move from the ordinary to the extraordinary with just a little extra. Look around us. Don't you think that the Legacy Power Conference is extraordinary? It was an extraordinary vision that Kiana Barber had 7 years ago. And then, with a little bit of extra, it moved from the metaphysical to the physical. And now you and me and everybody here are now in her vivid visioning. We're all in it. If you want to practice it, go get my book. I'm sure they're going to put it up on the screen. It's called Intentional Visions. You can do this simply by adding a little extra.
All right, everybody. How was that, Dr. Sakira?
What?
Every time you give me something else that I can really grab hold to and implement immediately,
That's the
right?
goal.
Just the fact that you said, have you ever thought about that in order to not be ordinary, is just to do a little extra?
Yeah, that's actually all it is.
It's so simple, but it is so profound. And it just, it's everything because it's something that you can do right now to be able to just change how you move and how you're able to get. It's like a baby. All you got to was one step at a time. And that's another step that you just gave us.
The funny thing for me is that I think most people think that doing more is this massive thing. So imagine if I get 5 sales and I say, I just want to get one more sale this week.
Yeah.
One more sale this week is 4 more sales a month.
Wow.
But 4 more sales a month is 48 more sales a year.
Wow.
For 48 sales. And if your average sale is $1,000, you just made an extra $48,000.
You got that right.
That's just a little extra.
Just a little extra.
One extra phone call.
Listen, I could go through all this, but y'all gonna have to pay her, okay? Listen. I need you to get with Dr. Sakira Jackson because she is phenomenal and she's going to help you take your business to the next level. She just gave you some gems today, and I hope that you guys are taking those notes. And I just want to just thank you one more time for being here.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We love having you, and we are so glad that you guys are here and you all are on time and you guys are in the building. I just saw my girl Cynthia Boykin. She just posted on here. So shout out to What You Need Is. Let me see who else I got in the building real quick. All right, I'm about to go to my comments. Let's see. Okay, I see you, Chrissy at KW Insights. She said, period. Right? and Dr. Sakira, your phone is over here. All right, so let's see here. I also got A. Marie. Yes, great information. Hashtag extra. That's all you need. You don't have to do this massive thing like she said. You just need to do extra. A little bit more is going to take you a long way. Keep leveling up. What's up to Kiana Owen? She says, amazing. Thank you. Janessa White says, great information. So important to see it in the mind first and believe it and walk in faith. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, are we getting gems right here? If you are getting some gems already, this is just the first hour of a 3-day Powerhouse Weekend. If you're getting some gems, I need you to go ahead and give me a hand clap emojis in the comments. I need to see you guys shouting. I need to see it right now. While you all are doing that, of course, I need to go ahead and thank some of our sponsors. So thank you to Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Thank you guys so much. They have been actually a tried, true, and loyal sponsor of the Legacy Awards. And to the Insurance Exchange, Black owned powerhouse insurance company that has been here for decades and is family owned. Another tried, true, loyal sponsor of the WDB Legacy Awards. Guys, I'm super, super excited. Let me give you all a few more shout outs before we take y'all to the next, okay? Because I want y'all to get warmed up because I got a powerhouse team couple that is going to come and knock your socks off. Oh, yes, y'all. I'm going to tell y'all about them in just a second. Let's see. Thank you. Portia Mittens is giving us those claps. Denaya is giving us claps. Angel is giving us claps. Let's see. Jay Brown says this was good information. Can we watch the replay? This was five. Okay. I do believe we'll find out for you that you guys will be able to catch that replay since you guys have already been in the conference because we want you all to be able to ingest this. Okay. But make sure that you are taking your notes, whether it's on your phone, your iPad, on your pen and tablet that you have in real life because you got to still touch and feel that thing. Let's see. Make sure that you have it out. Okay. Let's see here. We got FinGive LLC is giving shouts and clan claps. Ray Flowers. Sharice S has been doing and powerhouse. I love it. There's no hate over here. All right. Y'all heard me talking about all that Whitney Young, Leo stuff right here. That's because, again, I'm so excited because this powerhouse couple, right? I got my Whitney Young dolphin, okay, Monique Roberson, and she is with her powerhouse man and husband, Mel Roberson. He went to Leo. That's awesome. But you know, the Dolphins do it big, big. Okay. All right. But I'm really, really excited because we have some really, really amazing people that are going to come before you all today. And that is Mel and Monique Roberson. And I'm just really honored because I've known them for a long time. They are beautiful people. They've been doing work in this city hard and long and very committed. So let me tell you a little bit about what they're going to present to you all today. Set your thinking, habits, and goals to attract abundance. I'm going to be tuned in hard. I hope you are too. During this presentation, you'll discover the key principles and strategies for shifting your thinking patterns, cultivating positive habits, and setting empowering goals that will help you manifest abundance in various aspects of your life, including wealth, happiness, and success. Get ready to embark on a transformative journey towards a more abundant and fulfilling future. I need you all to get ready. Again, I need those tablets out. I need your phones out. I need you to type on your computers. I need you to get your real pen and paper together because they're going to be dropping some more jewels. They are living, breathing examples of Black entrepreneurship, of Black excellence, and Black love. Everything that I love myself, being an amazing fiance and co-founder to this business. I know what it's like. Shout out to Dre Meekins. Okay, we're gonna be hitting the stage tomorrow together, just like Mel and Monique are. So you guys get it ready, guys, because they're coming. They even are dressed like money today. Okay. They're like, we are attracting abundance all the time. Okay. Because they're green, get the money, and the gold, get the honeys, right? All right, y'all. So I want to welcome you all to the stage, Monique and Mel Roberson.
Damn, that's that dolphin love, girl. I love
Yeah,
it. I love
don't
it.
forget we the king of the jungle though. Just don't forget
Well, you
that.
know,
all
when you
right?
put it all together, though. Hello, everybody. I am Monique Roberson. This is Mel Roberson.
And we are from the Roberson Resource Group. Did we just leave us a few? Okay,
There we
we're still
go.
good. All right, perfect, perfect. So we have some great stuff to talk to you all about today.
But one time for the last speaker, she
Absolutely.
was great.
Absolutely. Dr. Jackson was
great.
amazing.
Yes.
And here's what I know. There are two ways that people learn. One is through spaced repetition, and the other is through a heightened emotional experience. So as we're
That's
talking
what this
today,
is.
you're going to hear some of the same principles that she just talked about, but you're also getting the heightened emotional experience by being at this conference all weekend long. So it's about to go down like it's a hole in the boat.
Yes.
I would advise you to grab a pen and take copious notes, because what we're going to give you today is definitely going to equip you to do some things and attract the abundance mindset into your businesses.
Yes, yes. And not just the money of abundance, right?
Yeah.
But what we've learned being together and doing what we want to do in life is the experience of life is what makes abundance and what makes money really what it is.
Yeah.
So we're gonna hop into it. You
Yeah, let's
ready?
get into it. It is theoretically impossible for us to cover everything in just 30 minutes.
But we're gonna give you what we got, baby.
So we are going to set your thinking habits and goals to attract wealth.
Excellent. And Mr. Roberson,
Yes,
I just
dear.
must say, you are absolutely a manifestation of dreams come true.
Absolutely.
Because if you know me and have ever followed my journey, I have been
Back one slide,
back
please.
one slide. Yes, thank you. I have been looking for creating the life, not just of my own, but when I found my partner, I knew that I wanted to do business together. I knew that I wanted to travel the world. I wanted to write books. I wanted to do things. And so I found not the only person, but the absolute right person for me. And together, we are 4 decades, baby, of this entrepreneur thing. We not new to this.
Right.
We are so true to this. And now we have the Roberson Resource Group that we own together.
Yeah, we specialize in professional development primarily, but we do sales and marketing, leadership training, corporate morale. We speak on a variety of topics that help people grow their businesses. So That's what we've been doing collectively since we've been married almost 2 years now. But we also were doing it apart from each other before we got married. So this was the perfect amalgamation of two
Ooh.
people coming together that
Ooh.
had the same type of superpowers and forming a bit of the Professional Development Justice League. But let's tell our story so they know who we are before we get into the information.
Absolutely. So, y'all heard my girl Cassie talking about how we got all this Whitney Young, Chicago love going on. And I love to walk in a room that's full of dolphins. And that's what happened today. So, Miss Barber, you are doing an amazing job staffing the program, baby. But I am a Whitney Young dolphin who went on to FAMU. And, you know, by the time I got to Florida, I realized there was a whole lot of Chicago and Whitney Young people there. But I did something that changed my route, that changed my life. I call it quituated. Yes, I left college. I dropped out. I stopped the thing. And what I did changed my life forever. I ended up doing an internship in the music industry. And my music industry experience set the tone for not just who I became as a person, but who I became as an entrepreneur. So as I left the music business after about 8 years, I knew that I didn't want to work for anyone else, right? After being in the music business, you just can't really do things like go to a 9 to 5. So I started my marketing company. And after my marketing company got up and running, I don't know if y'all remember 2006, the market started to crash and things started to change. And I decided, okay, I need to do something else. So then I started a t-shirt business. Now, depending on when you met me might depend on the Mo that you know. So there was music business Mo, then there was marketing Mo, and then there was t-shirt lady Mo. And so for many of you might be still having your Michael Jackson tee that was very popular back in the day. And this was long before t-shirt companies were as easy to do and produce as they are now. But I'm sure if you're an entrepreneur, you've had to reinvent yourself again. So then I went back to my marketing company and I reinvented Brand You yet again. Then I decided there were other things I wanted to do. I wanted to be in radio. I wanted to be in media. Last slide. I wanted to be in radio. I wanted to be in media. And
Previous slide.
Thank you. And I wanted to explore the world in a different way. What I didn't know at the time was social media was happening. And I started to tell people how I was doing what I was doing. People would ask, how did you get here? And how did you just start one thing and do another thing? And so I turned into a coach. But then I evolved into Coach Mo. And then I became an author, speaker, event facilitator. I've even obtained an honorary doctorate degree. And then I got my MRS, which is absolutely one of my favorite titles. And then Mel and I together started the Roberson Resource Group. All of this, you can find out more about my journey at CoachMoRo.com. But I come to you today to let you know that I'm not telling you about what I read in books. I've read a lot of books. But what I'm here to tell you today is what I have learned, what I have experienced, what I have tried and proven to be true. And so have you.
Fantastic. So my name is Mel Roberson. For those of you that don't know me, for those of you that do know me, my name is still Mel Roberson. I haven't changed it. And so here are Mel's milestones, right? I went to Leo Catholic High School. Okay, all this dolphin stuff y'all was talking about.
School. You got them big words
it's
too.
a great school, okay, just so you know. But I actually was shot in an attempted carjacking my senior year in high school. 17 years old, shot in an attempted carjacking. I stopped jacking cars after that. I'm just kidding. I was the Jackie, not the Jaguar.
Okay.
Right. But
You're
life
making me
changes.
nervous.
Life changes. And I'll admit it now. I was doing some things that I wasn't necessarily proud of in my younger years. So this is a lesson that your past doesn't necessarily equal your future. You have the ability to change whatever path you are on. From there, I did go to college instead of going to the Air Force. I wanted to be a pilot. I was 17 years old when I graduated. My mom would not sign for me, so I ended up going to college, pledged the world's greatest fraternity, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Yo to the Noops. I went into pharmaceutical sales legally. I got to make that distinction being from Chicago because my previous pharmaceutical sales might not have been legal, but this time they were legal. And I got fired from that job. And at that point is where I realized entrepreneurship was the way for me. I started my own consulting business, never looked back since. I also have a lot of network marketing experience, documented over $1 million in the network marketing industry. So I learned a lot there. As a matter of fact, I learned the most about business and professional development and personal development in network marketing. Went on to be a regional vice president of a New York Stock Exchange company. I am an actor, been on Chicago PD, The Chi, Empire, started 3 different companies, all still running, 7-time Amazon bestselling author. I'm a professional development speaker. I have a couple of MBAs, one in management, one in human resources. And now I get to work with my wife every single day in the Roberson Resource Group. So I went from all hood to all good, right? So let's go to the next slide.
This is fun. I like it. Good morning, everybody. We are so happy that you are here and that you are tuned in to Miss Barber's vision. That is so poignant that the last speaker talked about. So I want to ask you today, though, for yourself, for your life, for your vision. The question is, what would life be like if you already had it? Okay, if you already had the thing that you are chasing, what would life be like? See, as coaches, we understand that thoughts are things and that those things turn into the experiences of our lives.
Right.
So if you already had it, you would be walking in gratitude, right? If you already had it, you would feel abundant. So I want you to move from the shift of feeling like I want it, I need it, I'm chasing it, and I want you to get to I have it. I'm walking in it. I feel like. So my question that I want you to write down, I want you to write it on an index card, on your mirror, on your notes. I want you to ask yourself, what would life be like if I already had it? Okay, because that's going to set the tone for everything else that we talk about today.
And one of the things on that is your mind doesn't know the difference between fantasy and reality, right? Since your mind doesn't know the difference between fantasy and reality, what you think about, you bring about. What you ask for, you get. If you act the way you want to be, soon you will be the way that you act. Anything that you see on earth that is not the divine manifestation of something that God thought of himself came about because of somebody's thought process. So if you act or you think about or you act as if you already have it, what would it feel like if you already have it? You're pulling that abundance into your life. And let's talk about the abundance mindset.
Absolutely. So I want you to realize that entrepreneurship is different and it requires you to be different because it is not for everyone. Let me say that again.
Please say that again.
Entrepreneurship is not for everyone. It is for a very select and special group of people who can overcome challenges. Now, the challenges that life throws at an entrepreneur are different every day. I've been in this game for 20 years, and so I absolutely know that every day, every year, every business has taught me new things. But I've learned to embrace those challenges because every time I've been presented with a challenge, what I figured out is that the pivot caused a better solution to the thing that gave me the challenge in the first place.
Right.
But don't stay in the challenge too long because you'll miss your opportunity to pivot to the next thing. And so if you can master that pivot, baby, you might be in a whirlwind, but you're going to come out moving straight because your challenges are often sent to redirect, just like the GPS goes, rerouting, rerouting, rerouting. That's all your challenges are as an entrepreneur. And because we're in this social media society where we think that everything is so easy for other people, I want you to remember to still collaborate and not compete. Because there is no competition in this grandiose universe that we live in. There's enough for everybody to thrive, have enough, have more than enough resources, opportunity, money. But I want you to remember one thing. My most valuable resource as an entrepreneur is my time. And what you are doing right now is for a short-term goal to have a long-term goal of having your time, owning your time, and being able to do with your money what it is that you please.
Now, the next thing is to keep learning and actually study your craft, study the business that you're in. It's amazing to me how many people tell me they're entrepreneurs, but they haven't read books on entrepreneurship.
Ooh. How
many people tell me, well, I'm in marketing, but you haven't read books or gone to conferences about marketing? How many people tell me they're in sales, but they don't even know who Og Mandino is? So you really have to study your craft and become an expert be suitably proficient in the thing that you are doing. I'm a leadership coach primarily. I teach corporate leadership. I mean, C-suite level people. I have read every John Maxwell book in the existence of mankind. I study leadership thoroughly. I study so many different leadership principles because that's the field that I'm in, right? So anything that you're doing, you have to study it, you have to know it, and that's going to attract abundance to you, because the more knowledge you have, the more confident you become in the area that you're participating in. Last but not least, celebrate and don't ignore progress.
Oh my God, say it twice.
Some of the things that people get hung up on is that they're not moving at the rate that they want to move at. But you have to celebrate the small wins. Every little win counts. It is not a race, it is a marathon. And if you get so busy thinking about the things that aren't happening in your business, thinking about the failures that you have or have had, then you're never going to move forward. You celebrate the wins, you celebrate the progress so that you can move forward with every single thing that's happening in your business. Even if it's a little win, you might have not made the sales that you wanted to make, but one sale is a step in the right direction.
Absolutely. And one connect, one opportunity, right? But I want to take you through what is one of the most important things that I teach my clients. And it is the levels of consciousness, the levels of mind and understanding that you have to have. Now, I charge a whole lot of money for this information. But this is the number one thing that I can give you today to help you really understand where you are, where you're going, and how to get there most expediently. So I want you to understand that there are 3 levels of mind. There's your conscious mind, your subconscious mind, and your superconscious mind. Now, I'm sure you've heard of at least 2 of these, but I'm going to break them all down for you and help you really understand what it means. So your conscious mind, I want you to think of that as alert, aware. This is what you think, okay? This is your logical, rational self, okay? That's your conscious mind. But the conscious mind is where thoughts are created, okay? Because you can't have a thought that is not first created in your conscious mind. This is your awareness. But then there's 2 levels of thought in your conscious mind. There's first the idea or the statement of the thought. And the second part is the absolute most important. This is the feeling of the thought, okay? So you can have a thought all day long, but how you feel about this thought is what is going to change everything that happens next. Okay, you with me? So you got your conscious mind, you've got the idea statement of the thought, and then you have the feeling. What I need you to understand is that the feeling of this thought is what drops from your mind, your conscious mind, down into your subconscious. So think about that as in dropping into your heart. Okay, so if it is dropping into your heart, now this is your emotional feeling mind. This is your subconscious mind. This is the part of you that accepts everything that you tell it as completely true. Like it's gullible, it's naive. Now, this is important because you need to understand the subconscious mind does not care whether it is true or false. Are y'all with me this morning? I need you to understand that your subconscious mind does not matter whether it is true or false. But here's the key. The reason that this works is because it could work for affirmations and things that have not happened yet, or it could work for your worries and your fears, and they can become true because you feel afraid, because you feel worried. Okay, so now let's move into what pulls it all together, your superconscious mind. Now, your superconscious mind, let's call it your God mind, your spiritual mind. This is the place where all creativity and faith come together. Okay, this part of your mind is what wraps your whole knowing and your whole life together, because Access to all of the information in your subconscious is what your superconscious has. But your superconscious not only has that, it has access to all information in existence. And so this is how we tap into the power of the universe to orchestrate what it is that we truly desire and want to have next. But in your superconscious mind, the past, the present, and the future are all one and the same. So it does not matter what it is you want and when you want it. If you just want it right now, it is absolutely on its way to you. So procedurally, the way that this works is that you go from a thought in your conscious mind, drops down into your subconscious mind, and your superconscious is like your gut. And your superconscious mind orchestrates all of this to pull together the results that you desire to manifest in your hands the things that you want the most. So whatever that is, I want for you to truly grasp and understand how to use all of these things together. And that is the key to manifestation.
You know, babe, I didn't want to interrupt you while you were doing it, but it's a very important melism that I say.
A melism?
Melism. These are things that I made up.
Okay.
Worries are nothing more than prayers for things that you never wish to happen.
Ooh, run that back.
Worries are nothing more than prayers for things that you never wish to happen. So a lot of the times, the things that we're thinking about repetitively, constantly, over and over again, we're pulling into our existence because, like you said, the subconscious doesn't know the difference between good or bad.
Facts.
Let's go ahead and go to that next slide, please.
Now,
Now,
I'm gonna take a seat.
go ahead,
Mr.
take a
Roberson.
seat, baby. I grab the wheel.
Go ahead.
Now, in the mindset shift of what needs to happen, though, we need to talk about desire versus deserve. Because a lot of people desire to make a 6-figure, a 7-figure income. A lot of people desire to have the spouse of their dreams. A lot of people desire to have so many different things in life. However, they don't feel that they actually deserve it. So when you don't feel that you deserve what you desire, you will go back to whatever it is you feel you deserve. Even a person that might be lucky enough to land a 6-figure job or start a business where they make significant income, if they don't elevate to the person that deserves that and don't feel and honestly believe, because your vision is attached to your belief, if you don't elevate to that part or that point or that status in your mind, it doesn't matter. So on the next slide, you'll see when it balances out and you deserve and desire equally, you start to win, because thoughts are things. Thoughts are things. And how do you get there? Let me show you how to get there. Let's go to the next slide. I want to talk to you all about goal setting for a moment. Okay. And I have 7 steps to successful goal setting. I'm going to breeze through some of these. Okay. But there are actually 7 steps. 7 is the number of completion. 7 steps to successful goal setting. Number 1, think it and ink it. Things must be written down. There's a synapse that happens in your brain when you write your goals down. As a matter of fact, a Harvard Business School was surveyed, a graduating class of a Harvard Business School, and they asked how many of you had your goals written down. It was about 5% of them, 5 to 10% that had their goals written down. 10 years later, when they came back and surveyed those exact same people, that 10% had a larger net worth than the entire 90% of the rest of the class.
Woo.
Because they had written their goals down. Dr. Jackson just talked about this before. It's write the vision, make it plain. Written is part of it. Number 2, narrow the scope.
Ooh,
It has
like
to be
a laser.
like a laser. It has
Yeah.
to be specific. If you just say, I want to make some money, I give you $5, you made some money. That ain't not
Nope.
even a burger.
That ain't gonna keep you in
these
business to keep your
days,
lights on.
right? So you have to have a narrow scope. You have to have specificity of what it is that you want. Be very, very specific, right? What are you aiming at specifically? Number 3.
Hold on, I just want to add.
Sure.
Most people don't get what they want because they don't know what they want, y'all. So if you just have an abstract view of this thing that you call your business, and you just have an abstract view of your life, it's like turning on a floodlight in your backyard. It's a broad light. It'll turn a lot of light on. And you might be a serial entrepreneur and you might have a lot of things going on, but you cannot be successful to the level that you truly desire until you get laser focused and narrow the scope of what it is that you want, drill in on that one thing, you can get to that other stuff later. But become successful, not for yourself, but for your belief in yourself, so that you can accomplish the rest of the things.
Fantastic. So number one, think it and ink it. It has to be written. Number two, narrow the scope. It has to be specific. Number three, create your date with destiny. This is your timeline or deadline. Goals without a deadline are nothing more than a wish list. That's it. Goals without a deadline are nothing more than a wish list. When are you going to get it done by? Now I got 4 more of these things.
No, Mel, we don't have time.
We don't?
No.
Well, okay.
We got to give it to the people later.
We couldn't get all of this in a 30-minute session, y'all. So here's what I want you to do. There's a full goal setting seminar, my full goal setting seminar. We're going to give it to you all for free. Go to melandmo.com. melandmo.com.
That's us.
7 steps to successful goal setting. When you click on that, you will get all 7 steps to successful goal setting in that seminar. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next slide and wrap this thing up real quick.
What's up? All right. So it's about the habits though, right?
Right.
Now, you can get successful habits about anything, how to lose weight, how to live life, how to travel the world, but entrepreneur habits are entirely different. Your habits as an entrepreneur require you to be somebody special. Remember, I said entrepreneurship is not for everybody, and that is because you have to do different things in order to truly attain the success that you want. And so it starts, of course, with your daily disciplines, the things that you do. This is your education, your what are you putting in your mind? This is how you start your day. Are you exercising? Are you doing things that matter? Are you reading materials? Okay. I want you to focus on what you are putting in, not just what's coming out of your mouth, because that is going to dictate what goes into your bank account. Okay. Number 2.
Spend time with mentors in your field. This is important. Anything that I've ever been successful in, I found somebody who had what I wanted, and I asked them what they did, and hopefully they began to mentor me until I got it, or I found a mentor. Now, the other part of this is I have mentors that I've never even met. I've never met Jim Rohn, but guess what? I've listened to everything that he's ever produced. I've read all of his books. Now, I have met Tony Robbins. I have met Les Brown. I did meet Zig Ziglar. They weren't personal mentors, but I studied their work. But if you could find somebody in your field that's already successful and you study their blueprint, even though you might put your own secret sauce on it, finding a mentor is super important in becoming successful as an entrepreneur.
Absolutely. Now, this next thing, you've seen the Instagram memes going around that say, I've been talked about in rooms I wasn't in. This is the most important part of entrepreneurship. You know, we think we know a lot of people because we see them in social media and we've seen their stories, or we see them in the news, we see them in movies and TV. But it does not matter who you know. That's what they say. Who you know is what matters. The truth of it is, what matters is who knows you. Because if you are impeccable with your word and you are amazing at your follow-up and follow through, that is what people remember. So your reputation is what speaks loudest, because no one has to have your business card to find you these days. Yeah. But if I know your name and I know what you do and I know what you're about, that is what gets you in the conversation. That is what gets you in the rooms you've never been in.
We recently signed with the Washington Speakers Bureau, which is one of the most prestigious speakers bureaus in the world. They represent politicians, some retired presidents, media, sports figures. Magic Johnson is on there. Tony Dungy, who used to be the coach of the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, a lot of high profile people. Mel Robbins is on there, and now the Robersons are on there, but it's because of who we were in the marketplace, because you need a recommendation to go there. And it was somebody that we knew when we were impeccable with our word, and she referred us to them, and now we're a part of that. So be impeccable with your word, emulate the habits of successful entrepreneurs. I kind of talked about that already when I talked about mentorship. So even if it's somebody that you don't particularly know personally, you can emulate their habits. Most people put what they've done in a book.
Mhm.
There was a Facebook or an Instagram post where they said, would you rather have $500,000 or lunch with Jay-Z? And Jay-Z himself came out and said, don't take lunch with me. What am I going to tell you that's not already in my music?
Mhm.
Most successful people have already put out what it was that they did to become successful. And if they haven't, the person that you think about the most or you want to emulate the most, there's somebody that's pretty close.
Mhm.
There's enough information on the interwebs for you to be able to figure it out.
Absolutely. And speaking of the interwebs, manage your time, people. Do not get caught in the scroll hole all day, not producing anything, just on your phone. Watch the hours that you are on your devices, because those devices are made for making money. These social medias are made for making money, but don't get caught up worrying about what everybody else is doing and not pay attention to the actionable items that you need to be doing to build your business.
Those devices are divisive.
Ooh,
Like that one.
I see what you did there.
They are. I mean, I figured I done scrolled so much and liked 87 pictures of kittens and 52 food pictures, right? It's a time suck. And that's a whole nother seminar.
But manage your time, people.
Right.
Manage your time.
The last one, though, is networking with purpose.
And confidence.
And confidence.
Because people don't talk to people that's like this.
Yeah, if you're shrinking, then people aren't thinking about you.
Yep.
So you have to network with power, with confidence, with poise. And I'm an introvert by nature, but one of the things that I do when I go out and when people see me present, they don't possibly think I'm an introvert.
But it's true.
But I put on a different character, right? So if I put on a different character, then I'm going out as this character that I've made up that's a prestigious businessman. And I'm able to network on purpose, with purpose and confidence when I'm out there. So go out and meet the people that you need to meet in order to grow your business successfully. Networking on purpose is super important.
Now, let me just say before we get to the wrap up here, networking is more about anywhere that you are, there is an opportunity. Every airplane that we sit on is a networking event. Every place that we go is an actual networking event. So don't get caught up in thinking your only time to be on and introducing yourself and telling your story is at something called a networking event.
Yeah, because how we got to the Washington Speakers Bureau was not at a networking event.
No.
It was at dinner.
It was dinner.
Yeah.
It was definitely dinner.
All right. So,
run that back.
So what are we doing? We talked about the big picture, right? We talked about the mindset shift. We talked about goal setting. Okay. I'm on this camera. Which camera? All right. And we talked about habits. These are the 4 key elements that we did in order to grow a successful business. But before we get out of here, because we got about 3 minutes left, 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes, let me walk you through something really, really quickly to show you how powerful you are. Because I think a lot of people don't really realize the power that they possess in them. So I want you to close your eyes really quickly. Close your eyes. I see you looking at me. Yeah, you right there in your living room. You looking at me. Close your eyes. Okay, your eyes are closed. All right, take a deep breath in. I want you to imagine that you are in your kitchen. Let it out. It doesn't have to be your current kitchen. It could be your dream kitchen. I want you to walk over to your refrigerator right now. Open up the door. I need you to grab a lemon to me and physically lift it to your nose. Keep your eyes closed. Take a deep whiff of that lemon. You can kind of smell the citrus. In your mind's eye, I want you to walk over to your cutting board, cut that lemon in half, lift that lemon back to your nose, smell it. It smells a little bit stronger. Oh my God, you can smell it. Now squeeze that lemon. In your mind's eye, you could see the pulp rising up. It's starting to trickle down your fingers. On the count of 3, I want you to lift that lemon to your mouth and bite it. 1, 2, 3, lift, bite. Ooh, look at my wife's face, y'all. Over 90% of the people generally experience their saliva glands producing the necessary enzymes to digest that lemon because they just don't know, their mind doesn't know that that lemon isn't physically present. You are powerful beyond measure. Your thoughts become things. So make sure you are doing the things to attract what you want into your life. Let's go to this last slide. What the next slide is?
There we go. So speaking of thoughts are things, I told you I was looking for not just a husband, but the right husband. We were off in the world doing our own thing, attempting to find the right alignment of relationship. And that is exactly what we did. But we are special, but so are you. And so Love Beyond 40 is our new book. And we are so excited because this book is a journey through helping Black women in particular to find lasting partnership. But we don't just have a book, we coaches. So we've got a whole course for you. Or if you're short on time but really want to get the high level nuggets, we've got a workshop that we've created as well. But we want you to stay in touch with us. Last slide. We want you to stay in touch. We want to connect with you. So grab your device that you are on or another one. And I want you to follow all these things. Follow us on Instagram at the Roberson Resource Group, at Real Love Beyond 40. I am Coach Mo Roberson. He is the total gent. And you can find out all of this. Scan the QR code on your screen right now.
Or go to melonmo.com.
That's right. That's us.
melonmo.com. It has all of our socials. You can follow us, keep in touch, get the book, get your free seven steps to successful goal setting seminar. Come on, Dolphin. You coming back over here.
Back in
here
here,
she come
Dolphin.
with this dolphin stuff.
Yes, yes.
Give it up, give it up. Up for this amazing power couple. I love it. Thank you all so much. Thank you for being an inspiration. Thank you for showcasing beautiful Black love. You know, we are walking you all steps. And listen, let me just give y'all a quick little recap of today and this powerhouse that they just gave, right? Worries are nothing more than prayers that you never wish to happen. Okay? That's a bar.
Right?
That's a bar right there. Okay? And then my girl said, find the right alignment of relationship, right? That is so key. Again, so simple, but yet so profound. Because if you're not aligned, then you guys are going to be walking off the cliff.
Yes. Together.
Right? Together.
Baby.
And I don't want to do that. So make sure that you guys are aligned, everybody. Thank you all so much. You all are everything.
Yes. And thank you, Kiana, for executing your vision, for being so amazing, for creating this opportunity for us and all the other entrepreneurs. So we got to go get our notes because there are more speakers.
Yes.
Yeah. And thank you all for being here and watching this thing and staying tuned in. Stay dialed in. You never know what gems or nuggets you're going to get at a conference like this to take your business and your life to the next level. That's why you have to be at everything. It's that one number in the combination lock that you don't have yet that you could possibly get at this conference. So we look forward to meeting y'all face to face at the live event tomorrow.
Can't wait.
I
can't wait. I can't wait to see what y'all gonna wear tomorrow. All right, y'all. Okay, guys, let's keep it going. Let's keep this energy moving strong. All right, I want to know really quickly, right? I have a good question. What are your takeaways so far? What are you learning? Okay. What are you looking forward to the most today? Because we got some powerful speakers that are going to be coming up next. And I'm not going to hold you guys long because we got to keep this thing rolling. But really quickly, I love this. Let's see. I got Janessa that's saying follow up and follow through. Let me tell you something. And you guys are going to see this during the Marketing Power Hour that Kiana, James, myself, Dre, and more are going to be presenting. The fortune is in the follow-up, guys. Just keep that in mind. The fortune is in the follow-up, and we're going to show you how to follow up like a master. Okay. Again, our sponsors. All right. I got to shout out to a big sponsor here, Key Support Solutions, owned by my girl, Tequila Shabazz Cooper. All right. And then Mariano's. Shout out to Mariano's as well, another loyal sponsor of the Legacy Power Conference and the Legacy Awards weekend. This is 2024, you guys. So, hey, let me know, guys. Are we ready to kind of take it on to our next amazing speaker? Okay. Well, let me pull them up for you all because, listen, like I said, what I need y'all to have, I need you to have your tablets. I need you to have your phone notes out. I need you to have that pen and paper out, whatever you need to make sure that you catch these gems, that you're able to retain these gems and reflect on these gems so that you can apply it to your business and keep growing and glowing up. All right, guys. So coming up next, I have using AI for personal and professional planning. All right. And this is presented by Lanika Johnson, everybody. So explore the cutting edge capabilities of AI in this presentation as it unveils innovative ways to streamline and optimize both your personal and professional life. Discover how AI tools and technologies can efficiently manage tasks, schedules, and priorities, enabling you to achieve greater productivity and priorities. I'm sorry, greater productivity and work life balance. Join us and unlock the potential of AI to revolutionize the way you organize and enhance your daily routines. Everybody, put your virtual hands together for Lanika Johnson.
Hey, thank
Hi,
you.
Lanika.
Thank you so much. Hey, how are you?
I'm amazing in you.
I'm excited. I'm great. I'm in the Philippines, so it is midnight here, and I'm still
Well,
excited to be here.
you look great, and we can't
Thank
wait to see you. You got all these attentive watchers ready for you. So let's take it on with this AI.
thank you. All right, you guys, I'm super excited to be here. My name is Lanika E. Johnson. I am a serial entrepreneur. I am the CEO of Trash Logic, Eco in the City, and Press Staffing. Now, I am a serial entrepreneur, but I am also a certified hot mess. And it's okay because I'm a resourceful hot mess. And I'm super excited to walk you guys through how I manage through my messiness in life. Now, back in the day, when I was in school, we didn't know about ADHD. Nobody talked about that. And I wasn't diagnosed with ADHD until I was much older. But I always knew there was something going on, right? I always knew that I had to work a little bit harder to keep everything together. So I overcame that by being resourceful, and I overcame that by being really smart and trying to learn everything that I could about everything. So everywhere I went, I read everything. If there was a piece of paper on my mother's desk, I was going to read it, whether it was a bill, whether it was a letter, whether it was a card, didn't matter. I was going to read it. And that was kind of how I was able to navigate through life and to mask the fact that I was struggling a little bit with my organization. So I was really excited in 2022 when I stumbled across this cool new tool called ChatGPT. And there was no one else using it yet. And for me, that was like my little secret. It was my little productivity secret. It was how I was able to navigate some really complex things that other people weren't able to figure out how I was able to navigate. So let's get into it. I'm going to go through these slides, but you guys, I really am a teacher and I want to show you guys how this works. So I'm going to go through the slides quickly and then I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. If that's okay with you, say yes in the comments. I'd like to just kind of move through and then show you exactly how that works. All right. So let's get started. So integrating AI into our daily routines presents a powerful opportunity to enhance work-life balance. But it's not just about enhancing your work-life balance. It is about managing everything in your orbit. It's about bringing all of the things that are floating around in your head into one place and putting them into their own categories, right? Making everything make sense. And when I go to my screen share, you guys will see how that works in real time and it'll all make sense, okay? So we're gonna go quickly through 5 of the ways that I use AI to assist me in my life. I use it in a lot more ways, but we're gonna go through some of the most common ones, okay? So the first one is meal planning. Now, one of the things that I found really early on was that my son liked to cook, and I travel a lot. So what I would do is I would come up with a meal plan in ChatGPT, and then I would have ChatGPT give me the grocery list, and I give that to my son so that he could cook while I was out of town. So there are apps. There's one called meals.ai that you can use for that, but I just use ChatGPT, right? It's really simple. I just put in there, I need 5 casserole recipes, and I need them to not have more than 3 or 4 ingredients in them. And it gives me different recipes. Now, I also use Gemini. If you guys aren't familiar with that, Gemini is Google's version of ChatGPT. Gemini is great because it goes out to Google and it actually searches and it brings you real recipes that you can click on and it takes you to it. So that one I've started using more often now. My son really likes that a lot more. Okay, so meal planning is one of the ways that I use it. Now, time management. There are virtual assistants that are AI generated, right? So Motion is one that's really popular. But for me, I'm going to show you guys how I actually use ChatGPT for my time management, because one of the things that triggers my ADHD is chaos. So when there's chaos in my head, then there's chaos in my life. So whenever I feel like the chaos is starting to win, I will sit down at my computer and I'm going to talk to ChatGPT, and you guys are going to see exactly how I do that. Okay, so it's really important that you are using it to organize and not just, you can sit there for hours mindlessly just putting things into ChatGPT and coming up with ideas, especially as entrepreneurs, right? We can do that all night. I've spent hours until ChatGPT was like, girl, go to bed. So, we can do that, but you really want to use it for productivity. All right, so time management, we'll go into that. The next thing is planning leisure and family time. You guys, I have planned dates with ChatGPT. I have planned full itineraries. I have planned family outings. I have created games for my kids to play with my kids. I have done so many things, even planned like a wine tasting. I planned a Napa wine trip using ChatGPT. So there's so many things that you can do using the power of AI, okay? Managing my ADHD for enhanced focus and productivity. We already talked about that a little bit, but AI offers you some really tailored support. So other than just organizing my life and helping me to be more productive, I'm able to use AI to research strategies. So if I'm feeling particularly stressed out one day, and I'm not able to focus, I will say, okay, look, I'm not able to focus and I need some techniques right now. I need some techniques so that I can get through my day. And I'll give you guys an example of that. My car tends to get crazy, right? So my house, it's really one of those things that's a conflict of interest, right? Everything in my world has to be very organized. So my house is spotless at all times. My car is a hot mess, just like me, most of the time. So when it gets overwhelming, then I go and I sit down in front of ChatGPT and I'm like, I need to clean my car and I don't know where to start. So can you create a step-by-step plan for me to clean my car? Because the way that my brain works, I need things broken down step by step. So it'll give me a full-on step-by-step process for me to clean my car. It'll say, remove all the trash. Okay, take any clothes out of the car. Take all the mats out of the car, vacuum the car, wipe down your seats, right? So it'll give me step by step so that I'm not overwhelmed thinking about it. I actually just follow the list down, okay? Next slide, financial planning and budgeting. Financial planning and budgeting. There are so many tools for this, okay? So I'm not gonna get all into this because you guys can go online and find it. Your bank has AI built in, most likely, that gives you an algorithm so that you can budget, so that you can see where you're spending your money. If you guys have Wells Fargo or Chase, any of the big banks have this feature. You can see where your money's being spent, and it will actually help you create a budget. But you can also do this online. Now, for numbers, I do not like ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not very, I'm gonna evoke Freddie. It's not a black math genius, right? It is kind of silly when it comes to math. So I use Perplexity. Perplexity is just another program, just like ChatGPT, just like Gemini, but it is for more complex things, which is why it's called Perplexity. So if you guys are taking notes, write down Perplexity. You're gonna need that. If you are looking for contract language, Perplexity is good, because Perplexity is a place that has a lot more accurate information, right? And it can pull from scholarly articles, and it's going to make sure that the information it's giving you is correct. ChatGPT, sometimes gives you fake information. It just makes up stuff. If you put your name in there and say, write a bio for this person, it'll just make up a bio for you. It doesn't even have to know you. So you have to make sure that when you're using ChatGPT, you're using it for things that don't require exact science or exact results. Okay, so hopefully that is helpful. All right, so this is in conclusion, then we're going to go to my screen share. In conclusion, incorporating AI-driven strategies into life streamlines your routine tasks and opens up new avenues of personal growth and happiness. For me, it just helps me to breathe. It helps me to say, okay, I got this, all right? So at Press, my staffing agency, that is what we're really focused on with our clients, is we say that we're AI first. So we make sure that we are driving every task with our AI tools to make sure that not only our talent is producing, but that AI is also producing, okay? So we're getting the best results, the most efficient results. So a lot of people are saying, AI is taking jobs and people are afraid of it. This is what I'm going to tell you, and I tell everyone. AI is not going to take your job. AI is not going to replace you. But someone who's using AI will replace you. And you need to understand that. Not only will someone who's using AI replace you, but someone who knows how to use AI correctly. Because a lot of people are just throwing things into ChatGPT and taking whatever it gives them. When you learn how to properly prompt these apps, then you get better results that are more custom to you. You have to know that what you're putting in there is you. Don't let it give you itself. You need to give it yourself. I hope that makes sense, okay? So we are going to, we're gonna go to my screen share. Thank you guys for going through my slides with me. I went through them kind of fast, so if you guys want them, you can email me at team@pressstaffing.com and I will send them to you. All right, so let's go to my screen share. Let me make sure that I don't have anything up that you guys don't need to see before I share my screen. Okay, here you go. All right, hopefully you guys can see my screen. Let me know if you can see it. Say yes in the chat if you can see it. Just gonna wait and see. Make sure you guys can see it. Can you guys see it? Okay. All right, so I'm gonna walk you guys through typical week for me. I do my planning on Sundays, right? So I sit down on Sundays and I say, okay, I'm gonna do a brain dump. I'm just gonna dump everything in my brain into ChatGPT and see what it gives me. All right. So let's get started. So hopefully you guys can see what I'm typing. If you can't, please let me know in the chat and I will see what I can do to adjust. All right, so I'll say, hi, I'm always really kind to ChatGPT. Hi, ChatGPT. I have a very busy week. Hold on, you guys, this little indication is in front of my typing. Okay, here we go. I have a very busy week. Let me see what I'll say. My schedule is not organized and I need some assistance. And you don't have to spell right and ChatGPT can figure it out. I need some assistance in getting through everything in an efficient manner. Here is my brain dump. I have to speak at a conference, and this is the great thing about it. Nothing has to be in order, right? I have to speak in a conference on Thursday. I have to travel to the Philippines on Monday. I need to make sure my parents and my son are taken care of while I am gone. The dog needs to go to the vet and groomer, and I need to spend time with my husband before I leave. Please prioritize and organize my schedule for the week. It's just a brain dump, all right? So you see what it's doing? So it's just giving me the entire week. It's giving me the entire week. All right, so it went through every single day. Now I'm going to show you guys how I break it down even further, right? So it gives me Monday, Tuesday, all the way to Friday. So I have to travel to the Philippines. I'm going to say I am always rushing to the airport and often leave things behind. Please create subtasks for my travel day. So then you can create subtasks for all the things that you need to do, right? So now it's just breaking it down and it's telling me I'm going to go back up, double check your packing list, pack any last minute items, complete any remaining tasks or errands, early afternoon, what you have to do, all these things, right? And then I go even further and I say, okay, thanks for that. I need help packing. I am just so overwhelmed. Please divide the items by suitcase and carry on. Don't forget my purse. Now, remember, the more you give it, the more accurate it's going to be. I'm going to say, I am a 49-year-old woman, and I am attending a business conference. My trip is 10 days. So it's telling me the suitcase, what clothing, what toiletries, accessories, right? Every single bag, everything that I need. And then I'm going to go back up to my weekly list, everything that it told me. Okay, so Monday I have to do all this. I have to get my travel documents. I have to pack my essentials. I have to arrange my transportation to the airport. So I'm going to say, plan my day on Monday so that I arrive at the airport at 11 a.m. I live 1 hour away. Please tell me what time to wake up and plan my day in 30-minute increments. So now I don't have to guess, right? I don't have to think about it. But sometimes, like I said, ChatGPT gives you bad information. So it's saying, grab your luggage, verify your transportation arrangements, and head out to the airport. I told it that I needed to be there by 11. So I'm going to say, hey, I told you, you can talk to it just like you talk to a person. I told you I need to be there by 11. And it apologizes and it redoes it. Okay. All right. So hopefully that was helpful. I'm going to stop sharing so that I can come back to you guys. All right, so let me see. Tell me what you guys are learning and what you're going to do now that you have learned this. And then I'm going to show you guys another trick that I have. Now, I'm not going to be able to show you in ChatGPT, but I'm going to tell you guys what it is. The reason I can't do it in ChatGPT is because I'm not logged into my ChatGPT 4 account. And it doesn't have DALL-E, so I can't do images. But I'll tell you guys how I am able to help myself out when I can't figure out what to wear. I love it. Brain dump, brain dump. I see a lot of people saying brain dump. You're going to plan for the next week. You're going to navigate. I love it, love it, love it. Okay, so something that I do, if you have ChatGPT 4, you can do this. I will describe myself. I would say I'm 5'2", I'm a curvy woman. I don't like to show my arms. I need an outfit that is appropriate for a business event, but is also comfortable. Please create an image of an outfit that I can wear, and it will create an image. You guys got to follow me because I can't show you guys, so you guys got to follow me. I take the image that it gives me, I download it, I go over to Pinterest, and when you go to the search bar, there's a little camera up there. You click on the camera, and you put the picture in there, and then you let it search for that outfit. And you're going to have things that come up on different websites that look like that outfit. And then you can order those things. You order those things, and now you have an outfit to wear that is flattering on your body. So that is and you can also upload it to Google Lens. So Amazon Lens, you can upload it and it'll give you ideas, it'll give you outfits. I do this whenever I have a major event to go to and I can't think of what to wear. I will put my information in there and I'll say, this is the kind of event, and this is what my body looks like, and this is how I want to look, and give me an image. And I will take that AI image and I will upload it to Pinterest, Google Lens, or to Amazon. All right, so thank you guys so much. I hope that that was helpful. If it was helpful, follow me on my Instagram at Lanika Johnson, Lanika with 2 I's, and also press_staffing, press_staffing. I am so thankful for you, and thank you for having me here.
Oh my God, Lanika, you are amazing.
Thank
And
you.
let me say this, right? My business has been using AI. It's all throughout our whole business. Been using ChatGPT. Love it. But I never thought about utilizing it for your personal life to be able to organize yourself on a day-to-day. That's something different. So how did you even get into it?
So, all right, so a little background. I didn't have time for this, but I used to be a technology teacher at middle school technology. So, and I'm a lifelong learner. I always am looking for new things. And so I'm always searching what's the latest and greatest. And in 2022, I came across ChatGPT on accident. And I was like, what is this? All of the, Bill Gates, everybody was saying this is going to revolutionize, the way we work. And I'm like, okay, then I need to know what this is. So I looked it up and I started using it. And when I tell you the first thing that I did was I have a trash company. So the first thing I did was create a 12-page waste audit in under an hour. I was like, okay, this is going to change my life. This is something that normally takes me 3 days. This is going to change my life. I did this in under an hour. Proposals. I started doing proposals in 10 minutes. I said, okay, this is, and nobody knew about it yet. No one was using it. So when I went to TSP Live in January of 2023, and they were talking about it on the stage, I was like, no, don't tell the people. Don't tell the people.
You were like, this is my secret sauce.
Yes, I was gatekeeping. But at some point by March, it was wild. Nobody could hold it. So I said, okay. And I just started teaching it to other people. I also have a Facebook page called The Business Blueprint in AI Integration. So I give tips there on how to integrate AI in your business.
I mean, and that's the thing, right? We don't necessarily have to worry when things do hit, the
Yeah.
masses, because you're an expert, right?
Mhm.
And the ability to teach this, because I know that I tell people, hey, just use ChatGPT, and they're like, I don't know how to get the right response. It's not formulating correctly. I don't know what to do. So that in
Mhm.
itself is a skill. And
Yes.
thank you for telling people, don't be afraid. Right?
Yeah.
People ask me that all the time. As a Black activist and
Mhm. Mhm.
revolutionary, when people hear me start to talk about AI, they're like, "What are you doing talking about AI? You're supposed to be against it." But it's just like I say, anything that we don't understand, right, can be
Yes.
used against us, right? So I
Absolutely.
would rather learn it, master the tool, and be able to use it for us, right, than it
Yes.
be used
That's it.
on us, right? So
Yes.
thank you for just empowering us today and
Yeah.
giving us all this insight, because
You're
it's
welcome.
necessary and we need to learn more to become more familiar and comfortable.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this. I'm really enjoying it. Thank you so much.
It is awesome. Tell me this really quickly. Are you in the Philippines right
I am. I'm in the Philippines right now. So I'm launching my staffing agency here in the Philippines. So that is why I'm here. I'll be here for a whole month. And I'm sleepy, but I wasn't going to miss this for anything in the world. So,
Listen, that is just next level. That's another aspect of taking your business to the next level. A lot of us are, we're so used to being in one space, and we don't take those risks to go
mhm,
higher. And when you are doing things like you are, that lets you know that you're a person that is paying attention. You're doing the research and finding out what is the next big thing I should be doing to be able to launch my business, to grow it, to see what's
mhm,
revolutionary in the industry right now. So I mean,
yeah,
just kudos and hats off to you for
mhm,
going all the way over there and just
mhm.
taking that risk and not being afraid to let your wings fly.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is one thing I will say to you guys is the only way that you won't be successful is if you think you won't be. You just have to believe that you can. When people say, how did you know you're going to build a 7-figure business? I never thought I wasn't going to build a 7-figure business.
Come on.
So it was
Say
never
that
a
one more
thought in the
time for
future.
people, please.
Yeah, when people say, how did you know you're going to build a 7-figure business? I never thought I wouldn't build a 7-figure business.
And
I
that's
never
it.
thought that that was even an option. So,
Whew.
yeah.
Whew. I'm sorry, you just gave me chills. Let me insert that,
Amen.
because, like I said, not only am I hosting this thing, I am also a student. So every
Yes.
gem that you guys are all dropping, I am taking notes and applying immediately to my business, and hoping that it's also an inspiration to all the other business owners out there. I know that it is. The comments are on fire. They are just super excited. They're super engaged. They're telling us they're loving it. They are taking this information and writing down these notes. So Lanika, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
time. What
Thank you.
time is it there?
It is 1 a.m.
Listen, I'm
Yeah.
looking, I can see you in your windows. It's like twilight.
Yes.
Well,
It's beautiful too.
hey, I watch a podcast called Social Proof, and David Shan's Instagram is sleep is for suckers.
Mm. I don't know if I agree with that. Oh no,
Well,
man, I'm
listen,
sorry.
you don't know about that, right? I get that, but we really appreciate you taking out this time at 1 a.m. So you
Yes.
look amazing. You are
Thank you.
effortless. Thank you for all these gems and jewels, guys. Make sure that you are following up with her, and we will see you next time.
Bye, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, y'all. So, what are your takeaways? I need some more. I need some more activity coming up in these comments. I want to see what you guys are talking about. How is your business life changing? Shoot, how is your whole life changing just from these last 3 speakers that we've had? I need to see it. What do you guys got? Who's up there in the comments? Let me check on my little trusty dusty down here. and to see what you guys are talking about, because this right here is absolutely powerful. Okay, so I got Dominique Morgan that says, this was so good. I usually plan my week on Sunday, but this is a game changer. It really is. I mean, she just broke down how to just organize life. That's my next, that's gonna be my next to-do list, is task is to just plan my day with ChatGPT. Edward, hey, Edward Mustafa, another Whitney Young Dolphin. He says he will use this to schedule out steps for buying a rental property. I love that. Hey, way more ways to estate plan and to bring wealth for your family. Let me see who else. What else we got? Brandy is saying plan to use for project time management. Guys, that's all it is. It is a tool, and this is a really efficient and effective tool to just keep scaling our businesses, making them efficient, and building institutions. Okay, guys. So let me see, who is that? Sky Rose says definitely use it to organize my brain dump. All day, please release the brain dump, because all it does is make you freeze, keeps you stagnant, and not moving forward in your business. So we want to make sure that we are always doing things that are moving the needle, that we are building towards our prosperity. All right. And then I got Conversations Over Pie. That's my sister Imani Bean Pies. She says, I use it for social media content for Imani Pies. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay. Utilize an amazing system that WDB is going to be talking about tomorrow at 6 p.m. All right. And then the coffee, let me see, the coffee Iman challenge, or Iman Chanel, sorry, or channel. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why I just couldn't read right there. But organization is key. If you practice good habits in your personal life, it resonates in your business life. That is the truth. That is the truth. These tips and tools are life tools, not just business tools. They're going to make it so that you are building legacy always. And again, like I said, building those institutions so that we can keep on building out our community, so we can have an amazing quality life. All right. How we looking? Antonio, we ready? Okay. All right, y'all. Coming up next to the stage is Danielle Nicole from Side Hustles to Success. Join us for an insightful presentation from Side Hustles to Success, where you'll uncover the remarkable journey serial entrepreneur Danielle Pierce. Explore the diverse side hustles that have propelled Danielle to financial success, and gain valuable insight into how these side hustles can help you create a fulfilling and lucrative path to achievement. Don't miss this opportunity to learn from Danielle's experiences and unlock the potential of side hustles on your own road to success. Welcome, Danielle.
Hey, Cassie, how are you?
I'm amazing. Thank you.
Glad to be here. You look good, by the way.
Oh, thank you. And so do you. Like, you are
Thank
just created a whole piece of art. You look like you're blending with the artwork that is behind you. I love it. And you're coming all the way from Texas, right?
I am. I relocated from Chicago in 2017. So I am a Texan now, and I actually love it here. I can't complain.
Oh, that's what's up. Well, we do that. We're going to do some Dallas, Chicago love, and I'm going to let you take it away. I can't wait to hear what you have to offer.
All right, cool beans. So I actually don't know how to work the slides, but you know, Nicole, I am a full-time entrepreneur. I guess you could say I'm a serial entrepreneur as well, and I am in year 16. So I have not worked a regular job since 2007. My background is in accounting, audit, and taxation. You can go to the next slide. So this information is going to be for anybody who wants to make extra money without working another job. And let me just back up for a minute. I used to talk about side hustles a lot more than what I do now, but I kind of have moved away from, because I was like, I want to move on to other things, but it's still so critical and so important. My first six-figure year came from a side hustle, which happened to be Broker Price Opinions. I'll talk about that a little bit later if we have time. But my first six figures actually came from doing side hustles. And then I also had to kind of reframe my thinking around it as well. You know, the average, well, let's just say the median salary for Black folks, for lack of a better phrase, we'll just say it's 50K. I think that's on the high side, but 50K. So half make more, half make less. With these side hustles that I'll be talking about today, you can generate an extra $500 to $5,000 per month. But let's just say you only make an extra $2,000 per month, right? $2,000 per month over the course of a year is an extra 24K. So if I make 50K and I bring in an extra 24,000, I've given myself a 50% raise without necessarily working another job and having another boss. So it is really just that important and that critical. So that's the lens that I want you guys to look at as I go through these different side hustles. So if you're someone who's looking to give yourself a raise without taking on additional stress, I'm talking to you. And if you have teenagers or young adults hanging around that are always begging, most definitely this information is going to be for you. I can go to the next slide. All right, so who is Danielle Nicole? I'll run through this very briefly because obviously this is not about me, but again, full-time 16-year entrepreneur. This is an article from Black Enterprise in 2021 written by my girl Shar. And it was myself, Danielle Leslie, and Terry Igioma. We all had courses that did $1 million. So that was a pretty good year. And I also made 40 under 40 in Fort Worth that same year as well. So we can go on to the next slide. So it's a pretty, I've been around for a while. Again, 16-year full-time entrepreneur. I do property preservation. I teach tax lien investing. And of course, I have an online education company, done several $1 million in both working in the industry and teaching about it. And not to just talk about all the highlights, I have recovered from financial ruin twice. I am the fixer. No, let me take that back. I was the fixer in the family. So every family I feel like has this fixer personality. And so I was kind of the go-to person when people, go to jail or they have issues or they need help or they need money most of the time to keep it 100, they would call me and I would kind of run to the rescue a lot of times. And I started doing this when I was like 13 years old when I was a caddy. My first job was actually a caddy at Idlewild Country Club in Flossmoor, Illinois. And that's how I made it to college. I got a caddy scholarship. We can go on to the next slide. I got 3 baby geniuses. That's us. We were in Cabo over Christmas break. So those are kind of my heartbeats, as a lot of moms say. We can go on to the next slide. And today I want to talk to you guys about my all-time favorite side hustles. Many of these I've done myself personally, so I can attest to the validity and efficacy of these. I can't drop the links here because I don't want to switch over to YouTube. But what I will do is add them to my Facebook group, which is Tax Liens. I'll show you the link at the end, and I'll drop all the links there. Go back. We didn't go through the first ones yet. So FEMA inspections. There's a company called WSP Inspection Services, and FEMA inspections are one of those things that you Google and you get all this bad information, all these fake websites, all this nonsense. There are only 2 companies that have the contract to do FEMA inspections. One is WSP. The other one is Vanguard Inspection Services. I worked for Vanguard in 2017, ended up doing about $8,000 per month for the 2.5 months that I worked with them. And FEMA inspections, for those of you who are not familiar, I think most of us probably are. Basically, you go to a property after a natural disaster has taken place and you inspect the property for damages. They can be they don't take very long. It's not really stressful in that sense. It's stressful seeing the after result of like a hurricane or a flood or a tornado, but the actual job itself was not that stressful. And they reimburse you for food, laundry, mileage, transportation. You don't have any real out-of-pocket expenses. You pay up front, but then, like I said, they reimburse you. But it is a fantastic experience if you are someone who can travel on short notice, and if you are someone that is able to be gone for 2-3 months at a time, and in some cases, 6 or 7 months at a time. I met inspectors that do $100,000 per year just doing FEMA inspections. They work maybe 2 or 3 disasters, and that's all they do. Mine was blown. The other company is Vanguard Inspection Services. They work very similarly. They used to do it where they would pay you per inspection, but now I think they pay you like $35 an hour or something like that. You typically work 8, 9, 10-hour days, so be prepared for that. Both of those are solid companies. And again, I'll drop those links in my Facebook group. You guys can join that afterwards. Now, property inspections. This is my jam, right? I've done, 5,000-10,000 property inspections over the years. I started doing this many, many years ago when I got into real estate because, like a lot of folks, I thought that I wanted to be an entrepreneur and I hated my job and I was ready to quit. And I was like, I'm going to go out here and be rich. and ain't none of that happened. None of that happened, but nevertheless, I did gain a lot of experience, a lot of exposure, and like I said, I found my way through side hustles. So all these companies are mobile apps for the most part, except for Five Brothers and Clear Capital. But Proxy Picks is a company that you sign up with them through your phone. Uh, they send you out to properties, you take pictures, and then you keep going. Most of these companies, you don't even have to get out of your car. You just drive up, take your photos, and pull off. So Proxy Picks is one. I really like that company. Acero Field Services is another company. So this is essentially a property preservation company as well. We're not talking about that today, but preservation is repair and maintenance of foreclosed properties. But Acero is a company that has a ton of inspection work. So you may find yourself just doing like an occupancy inspection to see if somebody is living there. You may find yourself doing an inspection to see if the property is in foreclosure. You may find yourself doing an inspection to see what's the other, a loss damage inspection. So basically, like something happens and there's an insurance claim. The insurance company wants to see if the work is actually being done on time and correctly. So you'll go and look at the work and say, oh, okay, it's like 50% done. And then you go on about your business. And those insurance inspections pay like $75 to $100. Some of the drive-by inspections maybe like 10, 15, 20 bucks. They don't pay a lot, but it does add up. I'll never forget, I met a woman, I should say, Roberta, years ago. And she and her son would go and do like 40 inspections every single day. Like that was what she did for, to survive. And she killed it for so many years. We've lost contact over the years, but that kind of gave me my motivation to be like, okay, if she can make all this money doing that, then for sure I can. We Go Look is another mobile app. Again, they pay you to go out and look at typically cars that have been in car accidents. You'll go and do an inspection to see like, how much damage is there. You don't assess it, but you take pictures for the appraiser. Midwest Technical Inspections is another company. They pay a little bit more. They more like 35, 40 bucks per inspection. They're a little bit more detailed and involved, but very solid company. I've heard great things about them. GIS Field Inspections. This is also another mobile app. And most of these are property inspections as well. So you're going to properties, taking pictures, looking around. Most of the time, this goes pretty well. I've had some situations where people have come out of the properties. They'll start yelling. They'll start talking crazy. I've had somebody that was working for me one time. They had a dog was chasing them to get away from the property. So, things like that could happen, but like 95% of the time it works pretty well. All right. So I don't know where my slides were, but there they are. Okay. Clear Capital is another company. Clear Capital is one company that does broker price opinions. Now I talked about that briefly in the beginning, but let me explain it to you a little bit more now. Broker price opinions are also called BPOs. This is one of my all-time favorite things to do in real estate. I've always been in real estate since 2007, but I've always, I've tried a bunch of different things. So essentially, BPOs are like mini appraisals. So banks will hire real estate agents to go and inspect the properties and come up with a valuation rather than paying an appraiser $400, $500, $600. So they pay $50 to $100. They don't take very long to do once you get good at it. You do have to have a real estate license. I want to make sure I'm clear on that. But getting your real estate license, especially in a place like Chicago, you can be done with that in like 5 days. It does not take very long at all. Now, if you're in a place like Texas, Texas does not have reciprocity with anybody. So you come here, and I found out the hard way. You have to study for your real estate license all over again for the great state of Texas. But for Illinois, you get your license, you go work with a broker, and you can only do broker price opinions. I made $5,000 per month every single month for a couple of years. And then I got burned out, switched over to doing something else. But it is an awesome side hustle for someone who has a job already, wants to make extra money, does not want to deal with people. They are good with working behind a computer. Once you take the photos, everything else is, administrative work. And it is a phenomenal way to generate thousands of dollars every single month and kind of do it on your own terms. A lot of mine I did late at night when my children were asleep. At the time, I had 3 kids in 4 years. So I was always up, feeding the baby or something. So I would do it around that time. And then Five Brothers is another company. These are real estate inspections, also insurance inspections, and also they do some other type of inspections as well. There's a few commercial inspections in there as well. And Five Brothers, I actually like this company a lot. They're legit. They're based out of Michigan. You sign up with them and you can go work, go start doing inspections within a couple of days or so. All right, ready for the next slide. Now, all of these that I listed here are pretty much delivery apps, but a lot of them are delivery apps that you probably, are not already familiar with. There, of course, is the Amazon Flexes and Uber Eats and stuff like that. But I figure everybody already knows about that stuff. And plus, these companies tend to pay a little bit more money. But let me say this, you also have to make sure that your license is in good standing. You have to have insurance. You have to have a reliable car. And I think for most of these, you have to be 18 to 21 years old to get started. But Shipt is another company. That's Shipt with a T. Great company to work with. GoPuff is another company, again, mobile package delivery. And then also for companies like Airspace and Lab Express, sometimes you're delivering medical equipment, veterinarian equipment, medical supplies and things like that from one hospital to another or from one airport to a doctor's office. So you kind of get to do a variety of different things, but these companies are all legit. They're always looking for people. They're pretty much nationwide unless you're like in the middle of nowhere. And they are very solid companies that you can work around your existing schedule. US Pack is another one that I've heard great things about. American Expediting, Wiser, YZER, and then National Risk Services. So I'm hoping y'all were able to take screenshots of all of those and kind of save them to look them up later. I'm also going to drop them in my Facebook group as well, or you can subscribe at DanielleNicole.me. One thing I didn't talk about was the background check for the FEMA inspections. So back to that. FEMA is obviously federal. And so in order to be approved to do those FEMA inspections, you have to pass a federal background check, which is pretty intense. So they actually call you and you talk to an investigator for like an hour on the phone. They ask you a bunch of questions. You cannot be delinquent on any federal debt, delinquent or late. Let me say that. So if your student loans are delinquent or you have not talked to those people and paid those student loans in years, they're not going to approve you to get a badge. Same thing for IRS debt. If you owe them folks money and you try to go and be a FEMA inspector, there'll be a flag on your account. You won't be able to go through the process. Child support is another one. There may be some more as well, but your background has pretty much got to be squeaky clean. I remember when I was going through the deployment process in Texas, a lot of folks were turned away and weren't able to continue because of student loan debt, student loans, and on the IRS. So if you are someone who does not take care of that, then you won't be able to do it. But if you have a young adult in your household, a college student, someone who is mobile and able to go and travel, like there's a couple deployments now, I think for Michigan with WSP, fantastic opportunity to go and make a bunch of money in a short amount of time. Your hotel is covered, and it's just a great way to go. So I actually got through those pretty quickly, faster than I thought that I would. So those are all the side hustles that I have. Again, I'll drop all those links in my group at some point today. Cassie, if there's any questions, I'm happy to take those, or if we can go through the comments, I'm happy to do that as well. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Thank you so much for your time. I can't hear you yet. I think you're on mute.
Hey, Danielle, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? Good.
Awesome. So you out here giving tips
Yes.
for all of the people. I mean, I was loving to hear about, some specific aspects of like what to kind of look out for. So just again, give me a little quick, what made you decide to go from Chicago to Texas?
Oh, I have three very good reasons for that. One is better weather. It was 88 degrees 2 days ago. Now it's like 50 today, so I'm a little bit irritated about that because I can't take the cold weather anymore. But better weather, less crime, and then cheaper. Now the cheaper is changing because is changing everywhere, right? So it's not as cheap as it used to be, but those are the 3 reasons why.
Yeah, you got the transplants of everybody coming down there. So
Yes.
demand, supply and demand, how that
Absolutely.
goes.
The prices are going up, but still cheaper than Chicago for sure.
Got you. What about your opportunities?
Let me say this at the risk of offending people or people taking it the wrong way. So Texas is obviously a red state, right? But what I'll say though is that the the way to start a business and the opportunities are far more it's easier here. There's less red tape. I'll even give you an example of homeschooling. So I homeschooled for a while during the pandemic and actually before I had started because my kids were at FHA with Marcus Klein in Chicago, and I loved FHA, but FHA is not in Texas. And so I homeschooled them because I wanted to recreate that environment. In Texas, to homeschool, you go into the school, you say, "Hey, I want to homeschool." You sign a piece of paper, you go home. That's it. That's the only requirement. And starting a lot of different businesses is just that easy as well. So, like home care businesses, daycares, just a lot of different things. It's way less red tape here. Of course, getting a gun is easy, but we ain't talking about that.
Well, listen, I'm not gonna let this be a promotion for moving to Texas. Because I love Chicago, but I love to hear about, the pros and cons of different cities, and then what are the benefits that you can get out of one city, and then the benefits that you can get out of another one. So, give me a tip.
Uh-huh.
Give me a tip for those who stay in Chicago. What is it? What is a tip to make the most out of being able to have their hustle here? I put you on the spot.
A tip for having to being able to make it in Chicago is I feel like if
Yeah.
you go to Chicago, you'll be pretty much good anywhere. So that's that. You know what? I see
That's
a lot of negativity online from different, people that I'm familiar with in Chicago. And there's a lot of things like, oh, you can't work together, people don't work together here, or people are haters. And I would say the biggest tip that I would give anybody is to focus on yourself. Because I
yes.
don't think people have as many haters as they think that they do. Your goal, and I even tell my kids this, is to be better than you were yesterday. That's it. That's my
That's
only every
it.
single.
That's it. That's one of the 4 agreements almost. So, always do your best.
Yep.
Right. And I think what's really great about the Legacy Conference is we're showcasing that we do know how to come together, right? Whether you're in Chicago, whether you're in Texas, whether you're in the Philippines, we know how to come together. We know how to network. We know how to empower. So we're able to, dispute that myth right there. And I love like what you just said. A lot of people don't have as many haters as they think or maybe even want to have, right?
Yeah, 'cause people don't care. The thing, most people do not care about anything but themselves and their immediate circle. So to think that all these people are hating on you is like next level delusion. But that's just my opinion. That's just what I've always thought. If I had haters, I don't know them because I mean, I don't. What would you be hating for? You know what I mean? Like I don't spend any time there.
Exactly. So what are our takeaways, guys? Do I have some comments and takeaways from our amazing viewers today? And they just keep increasing. Let's see. Imani from Conversations Over Pie says, thanks for the information.
No problem. Anytime.
So they are loving it. What do we have next? Okay. Robin says, girl, you just changed our lives, Danielle.
Well, I don't know about that, but I hope that you're able to do at least some of the side hustles because they work, and I know for sure that they did actually change my life.
Well, listen, Danielle, I love the humility, but just like Dr. Sakira said earlier, it doesn't have to be something huge in order to make impact and make change. So you definitely are changing people's lives today. That is
Yeah.
a for sure and a for certain. Oh, my soror Virgie Bully said, like and subscribe. So
Cool. Thank you so much.
I love it. Who else we got? Melody says, I used to be an agent and I loved BPOs.
I did too. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just really appreciate you coming today, coming all the way from Texas. I mean, I'm glad you're not up at 1 a.m. like Lanika was. but you're here. You're up early. Thank you so much for your time and your attention and your expertise. And I
Thank
hope to
you.
see you soon down there in Texas in that warm weather.
Yes, ma'am. I'll see y'all. Y'all have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
So, thank you. All right, guys. I know you all are having a blast. I know you're having a great time. Come on, let me see that energy. Give me some thumbs up. Give me some claps. Give me some hand raise emojis in the comments over there to make sure that we keep that energy going and flowing because the Legacy Conference is on fire. This is 2024. This is the 7th year for the Legacy Awards weekend and the 3rd year for our conference. And it is time for us to keep it going with more hot fire because next we got up Ernest Curry of the Profit Room. And let me give you a little bit of background for him. All right, guys. Forgive me. He's going to be doing wealth building through trading and investing. And okay, Ernest Curry. Okay, is whether you're starting fresh or aiming to elevate your trading game, this workshop is your gateway to mastering the art of stock market investing. Dive into essential strategies, risk management, and wealth building techniques, all designed to empower you to navigate the complexities of trading and investing with confidence. Learn from seasoned experts, harness powerful insights, and unlock the secrets to growing your wealth. Join us and take the first step toward securing your financial independence. Everybody put your virtual hands together for Ernest Curry. Hi,
Hello, hello,
Ernest.
hello. How you doing? How you doing?
I am amazing. And yourself?
I'm great. I'm excited to be here. I'm really, really excited to be here to share some information with you guys about trading and investing and how we can get started and start creating and building that legacy.
Well, listen, let me just tell you that I love the company name, the Profit Room, okay? Because that's what we want in our business, and you are surrounding yourself with it. And I am all ears because we started doing some 4K, and I am ready to learn even more on how to start investing even better.
All
Take it
right,
away.
all right. I'm trying to see if I could share my screen right here. I know we have some slides, but I want to be able to share my screen if it's possible. All right. So make sure you guys can actually see my screen. Can you guys see it?
Not yet, but here we go.
All right, all right, all right. So today I want to talk about the keys to stock market success. And we're going to talk about wealth building through trading and investing. So where I'm going to break it down, I'm going to talk about, who I am, why you should listen to me, right? I'm going to talk about some psychology stuff and some data. And also I'm going to talk about how we can get started. Very, very important. So just like anything else, we are an educational company. The Profit Room, we focus on 3 things: education, application, and success. That means that we want you to be able to make these financial decisions. So just a little bit about the Profit Room. We've been in business for 8 years now. We've been in some great magazines. Like mentioned earlier, we've been on the Social Proof podcast. We also have been in Black Enterprise, Essence Magazine, Roland Martin Show. And it's very important for us to tell you this because especially being a Black business and being in finance and teaching financial education, right? It's very important that we get these accolades because of stuff that we do. My business partner here, Latoya, one of the first Black women that's been on the Money Show. We also been in the Essence magazine during the pandemic. We was helping people and explaining to them how they should invest their stimulus check. We also believe in education ourselves. We get mentorship programs. We are mentored by Marcus Lemonis from The Profit, CNBC. He goes through our business numbers. He talks about things that we need to deal with mentally, emotionally, and also financially as business owners. Him being a CEO of Camping World and also Bed Bath Beyond, you get access to billionaires' information. And last but not least, recently, we just graduated from the Tuck School of Business in Dartmouth. We went to the executive program just to get more insight on how we can help you and also people of color learn how to trade and invest. Besides Latoya and I, we have a team of 8 that guides you through trading and investing all markets. We're happy about that. So when you see the Profit Room, it's just not myself and Latoya. It's a group of us that's helping you. So let's get into trading and what it's about and why you need to get into trading. At the Profit Room, we talk about the signature six-figure trading plan. And I'm going to talk to you guys as traders. I'm going to talk to you guys as investors. I just want to make sure it's okay, right? Type in the chat that it's okay that I can talk to you now as traders and investors, right? Because I just want to make sure that when I discuss this stuff right now, I just want to know it's okay because I'm trying to elevate your mind. So there's three types of people when they start learning how to trade and invest. There's the side hustle trader that can make between $37,000 a year, right? Then there is the, I would say, small business type of trader that can make between $50,000 to $75,000 a year. And then if you want to make this as a career, that's the 100,000 and plus. We call this the six-figure trading plan. $400 a day or about $1,900 a week, which is very, very doable, extremely doable. And I'm going to go through some of these processes of why you should be getting involved with trading and what is actually maybe stopping you from getting involved with trading. So first and foremost, we want to talk about what is the stock market in general. The stock market is just like a pool of, like a flea market where you go and buy and you sell things. We have the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, the Dow Jones. Just think of those as the world's biggest malls that you go to. So like the S&P 500 may be a mall where it has like a Target, it has a Walmart, it has a Foot Locker, right? And you go there to buy and sell things. Then you got the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is a different mall that has bigger companies like Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, right? You buy and sell, right? Like a flea market. Then you have the Dow Jones. That's like the bougie market, right? That's the place where it has the top 30 companies. Now, the reason why we need to get involved, because all of these companies affect our day-to-day life. No matter what we do, no matter what we wear, the computer program, the internet we're using right now, we can have a part of that. And what have we been doing as people, Black people here? This is the legacy event, right? Black people right now, we lacked for a long time. We lacked in learning how to get involved with these markets, and it has affected us. And now what I'm going to talk to you, like the couple mentioned earlier about the mindset, I'm going to talk to you stats first of why we should be involved with it. So Black Americans lack participation in the stock market, widening the gap during the pandemic, right? Only 34% of Black American households owned equity in any type of stocks or companies like that. Now, that's huge. But if we fast forward to 2024, it increased a little bit. Up since 2022, 40% of more Black Americans had owned stock, up from 2016. Now, these numbers look good, right? Because it shows increasement. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not the story. So even barely, because 40% of Black people own stocks in 2022, it's up only a third since 2016, right? Our counterparts are up nearly 2/3 to 61%. Now, these are all facts. When we look at the Federal Reserve, it gives us those numbers. We're still falling behind. And what does it actually snowball, right? We're left behind. If we look at the equity compared to our white counterparts versus us, down here, 14,000 compared to 50,000. 40% of households don't have enough money saved up. Black households, right, only have about $6,000, less than $6,000, and it trickles down. This is very important, why we need to get involved with trading and investing. Home ownership prices cost more, right? Everything costs more, but Black households right here, about 1/3 of Black households own equities well below 61%. And this is crucial because it affects and it goes down the pipeline. When we look at all of this stuff, right, we see where we are struggling. We create these businesses, we own real estate, we're trying to build legacy, but we're not involved with trading and investing. The average Black household has $45,000 combined with $285,000 compared to our white counterparts. Then it just trickles and trickles. We have these degrees, we're very smart, but there's a reason why. There's a reason why we don't trade and invest, because this is important for us to understand, is because of how we think and view. As an educator, I'm here to elevate your mind to understand facts, right? I want you to understand why the problems that we have. I deal with hundreds of people, working class professionals, doctors, lawyers, nurses, auto mechanics, truck drivers, it doesn't matter. Us as a people, we have issues regarding trading and investing. And I do the research so I can help you. And that's what we're doing today. Schwab did a survey in 2022 about Black investors. And what we do, it says by the number, the deep-rooted stock market participation between Black and white investors has narrowed, but the reason behind it are alarming and sound a wake-up call. So what's some of the major reasons? Is because of education and how we view. This is alarming. 29% of us, right? We get into investments based upon what we saw on social media, right? That's not cool. That's not cool, because they thought it was a sure deal. Or some Black investors invested in something based upon what they saw. Or more than likely, they didn't trust something. You see what we have to fix? Black Americans perceive the stock market as more risky and less fair than white Americans, perhaps contribute to their enthusiasm to cryptocurrency. Now, I'm not against cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is going up very, very fast now. Congrats. But do you see where a lot of this lies? These are all data. They interviewed over 2,000 Black and white participants that made significant income over $50,000. So we need the stats. Here's another one. The Journal of Financial Therapy. Investment behavior factors the limited African American investment behavior. Now, why is this? Most of us, right, regardless of our household, we state that they don't understand how the market works. So they rather not get involved. This is crucial. When I was just in Dartmouth College and I'm getting all the information, it enlightening us even more to get on these case studies to see why are we lagging behind, right? You can build and you can get rich in business. You can build and get rich in real estate, but you get wealthy in investing in the stock market and other financial markets. So that's what I really wanted to talk about at this point. But let's go into the market and let's get some stuff where you can understand now, and I want to make you feel comfortable. The stock market and the financial markets is all about psychology. It's a pool of emotion. We don't trade money, we trade the emotions of the market. So let me tell you that again. We don't trade money, we trade the emotions of the market. Just think about how you look at investments. The emotions of buying, selling, fear, right? What we do as traders and investors and how we teach you is how to control your emotions, right? While making the right investments. Because sometimes, have you ever thought about or think about times when somebody told you about a good investment? You judge the character of the person. You judge if they're successful. They must have a good investment. That's your emotions talking. That's not facts, right? Do you find yourself asking yourself many questions? Should I buy? Should I sell? Should I take a loss, right? All of that information is emotional. My job as a trader is to control my emotions and also trade that plan. I can't be emotionally attached to it because it will take me away. And this is an example of emotions. When you look at the stock market, it's two things we need to look at all the time. We need to look at the sector. That's where that specific company is at. So if we look on the screen here, you see there's technology. That's a specific sector. So that's a specific area in one of those malls, right? Then there's another sector here, financial, to give an example. Then there's another sector over here. We see healthcare. Now within these sectors, or we could call them neighborhoods, they have different companies. And each company has a symbol. So if we look over here, GOOGL, that's Google, right? That's a symbol for Google. Meta's now, but it was Facebook. You got Microsoft. Lanika earlier talked about financial. WFC, Wells Fargo, JPM, JP Morgan. So why are there green and why are there red? It's a reason, because it's showing us the emotion of the market, right? So now if you see a green visualization, it shows you euphoria, right? It shows you greed. It shows you excitement. It shows you happiness, correct? Now you see red, you sense fear, you sense danger. So a lot of stuff that we're looking at is letting us know, even though if we know here, Apple is a great company on paper, and we're going to look at an example, it's a great, beautiful company, but that stock price goes up and down every single day. But the current emotion of the market shows red and fear. So why would you want to go towards Apple? Why would you want to purchase Apple at this time if you know the current emotion is fear? But if I'm telling you Apple's a great company, which it probably is, if you control your emotion, right, and you have a skill set of reading the emotions of the market, you may at that time decide not to purchase Apple, right? Very, very important when we look at that. So how many people see this on CNBC and they get confused? How many people say, I don't even know what I'm looking at, is moving too fast. Like, I just can't look at this anymore. Like, you know what? I'm just like totally confused. I'm going to give you a quick example. I'm going to give you guys a quick lesson. So when y'all watch CNBC, because you all should download the app, you understand what's going on. So first of all, here's the top malls at the top, what we talked about. It's the S&P 500, it's the Dow Jones, and the NASDAQ. So think of those are the top malls that you go to. Remember, S&P has a lot of retail shops, right? The NASDAQ has a lot of tech and big companies, and the Dow Jones has one of the top 30 companies. When you're watching this, when you see the plus up, it's just telling you the movements it's making within that day. It's giving a big snapshot of the whole area. So when you go to a specific state, say you're in Florida, right? You got different areas of Florida, right? You got Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, but you may get that temperature of the overall area, the whole overall area. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a big snapshot. So currently it's telling us each sector, each area of the market is up. So it's just giving us a big snapshot. So when they say, hey, the market's up today or the market's down, it's giving a big snapshot of the whole overall market. It's like you watching the Weather Channel, right? It's like you watching the Weather Channel. Don't get confused. Now, when we look at the bottom, if we look at the bottom, it's telling us about individual companies, right? It's letting us know about individual companies. And the reason why we want to know that is telling us the name of the company, ScanDisk, is giving us that symbol, is letting us know the stock price, 82.65, and it's letting us know the change that it made at that moment, right? So let's look at that again. Here's another company, is giving us the symbol, the stock price, and the change that it made. So if you don't own any of these companies right here, you don't have to worry about it. It's just telling you some of the top companies at the bottom and as they change throughout the day. That's it. At the top is just giving you a big forecast. Hope you guys understand in this process. One thing we want to look at with trading, which I'm mentioning now, we want to mirror and marriage the two. There's a fundamental side. That's the stuff that we see with Warren Buffett. We see with a lot of stuff that's going on with him. He's looking at economic news, things of that nature. Then there's the technical side. And that's what I'm showing you guys now. The visualization side. That's like the street smart side, right? If you're happy, you see somebody having a good time, it's usually a party, boom, you go to it. You hear somebody screaming and shouting, you move away. That's the technical, emotional side. We put those together and then we decide to make the best investments. So here's an example of Apple once again, right? This is an example from Apple from 2022 to 2024. What we're looking at here is a visualization, which we call a stock chart. Now, the white candles represent the market going up, and the red candles represent the market going down. Apple is still a great company, a beautiful company. But let's check this out right here. We look at this axis at the bottom. This is around April. Let's look here at April. And if we look over to the right, this is the stock price, $170. From April, it went from $170 all the way down to July, right here, to $130. Apple's still a great company, but guess what happened? From July, at the bottom here, it went all the way back up to $170 right here. So when you look at something like this at September, then it went right back down again in 2023 to $130. So you see the emotions of the fear coming in as it goes down, and you see the emotions of the greed as it goes up. So even though it's a great company, you have an opportunity to make a decision to decide when to get in. Throughout this whole time, none of us thought Apple was going to go bankrupt. None of us ever thought that Apple was a bad company, right? But the stock price moved $40 to $50 a share. So would you rather sit in the stock price and let it go down against you $40 or $50? Or would you rather sit in the stock price and as it goes up? What we're reading right here is just regular emotions of the market. And it's not difficult when we do that. And the beauty behind learning how to do this is that you can make money when the stock market goes down, and you can make money when the stock market goes up. And a lot of people don't know that. So in 2008, during the economic crisis, there was a lot of millionaires being made. Think about an Uber ride, for example. If an Uber charges you $30 to go from point A to point B, it's just the distance, ladies and gentlemen. It's just the distance. If the Uber drive comes from point B to point A back down the hill, it's the same price it would be. It's just the distance. There's instruments put in place to help us make money when the market goes down as well as the market goes up. And you can do this in your IRA, your 401k, and things of that nature. So this is a stock. Here's Tesla, for example, right? Tesla, symbol TSLA. Here's Tesla going higher. Boom, right? We make money when the market goes up. Now, here's Tesla going lower, right? It went from $260 to $215. Recently happened. But did you know there's an instrument that has an inverse of Tesla? It's called bearish. So as Tesla's stock price went lower, this went higher, right? That's the knowledge that we're missing out on. But what about our IRAs and 401ks? This is the S&P 500. So during the pandemic, during the economic crisis, there are instruments that are inverse. So as the S&P 500 goes higher, this inverse goes lower, and it does vice versa. So even though the stock market is on a decline, you can switch and take your money into another instrument that's going to go the opposite direction. And this is what we don't know about. This is the fear that we have, that we're going to lose money. The fear that, I can't trust. And this is why we're here to educate. This is very powerful. There's no reason to have your investments long-term suffer when Wall Street makes instruments like this for us to capitalize off of both sides of the market. And it's not rocket science. Our people, we know how to read. We know how to look. We know how to analyze, right? So it's not about big math. It's not about complicated numbers. It's about understanding how it works and making that right decision by controlling our emotions. So how can we get started, right, with the stock market and what I'm just showing you now? First of all, we want to get educated. There's a lot of books, there's mentorship programs, things of that nature. Very important that you read that stuff. You want to get a broker. I like TD Ameritrade. TD Ameritrade is a great broker. It's a free platform. It's a learning platform. You can practice on there. A lot of stuff that I'm showing you right there, it's a great platform, such as Fidelity, things like that. Where do you find stocks to trade? I like Yahoo Finance. I like barcharts.com, right? Very important. I'm going to add CNBC to that as well. Everybody should have that app on their phone because you want to get up-to-date knowledge, even if you're not participating in the stock market. You want to understand what's going on. We can watch Netflix. We can watch all these TV shows. We know all these actors, but we won't know who the Fed chairman is, right? We don't know about monetary policy. We don't know, like today was unemployment claims. Many people don't know that. Consumer price index, producer price index, FOMC, all this stuff is free. And it's not difficult. It's just acknowledging we know about what's going on in the world. Third, you need to have a trading method. There's different styles that you can do. Every style is different because everybody's personality and bankroll is different. So what I eat won't make you fat and vice versa. Trading and investing, I'm sorry, is not group economics. For me, we have too many psychological issues that I just showed you about that we have to work on individually. So when we learn how to control those emotions and them thought processes, we can make the best decision for us and our family. Last but not least is having a right risk money management. In trading and investing, you're going to have losses, but you want to have controlled losses the same way as controlled wins. Very important. Very, very important. You want to find a mentor. You want to be able to get all your questions answered, things of that nature. So my goal here is to shift your money mindset because you can scale your income and have this financial power, right? This is for those who are solopreneurs, business owners, career, family people. You want to turn that earned income into passive income. You want it to work for you, right? You want to be able to enjoy life and be able to have that knowledge. You want to have that money work for you and vice versa. I used to work a job and used to work like 30, 40 hours of overtime, right? It's not about the money, it's the knowledge and the time freedom. You don't want to apologize for bigger financial goals, and you want to keep multiplying that money. We know the earned income is not going to get us to that wealth because it's the time. We also don't want to feel guilty. We don't also want to feel regret. And while we here and everybody and all these beautiful speakers and you guys spending your time, you want to build a legacy that we could transform to our family. That's the main goal. In the Profit Room, we're helping hundreds of people do that on a daily basis. And I'm glad I'm here to share. This is my last slide that I have. I'll just stop sharing. Any questions anybody has, I'm open up to that. My name is Ernest. I'm at the Profit Room. I hope I guys elevated your mind to anything. And I'm open up for question and answer and going from there.
Ernest, let me just tell you, you absolutely opened up our minds. Okay. You really broke that down. I was really glad that you put that screen up that showed us how to watch, CNN, right? How to look at that. Because it was completely confusing to me. I was like, there's numbers all over the place, but this is something that I want to get into. We want to start being able to really build more wealth for our family. And I know that trading is one of those ways. So thank you so much for breaking that down. Let's see.
Mhm.
Push 365 says, what do you think about Stash as a platform for investing?
See, I like those platforms get you started. Anything that gets you started, and you can add a little bit at a time, a little bit of time, which is great. I'm more advocate of it's not about the money. Everybody just wants to start. The trading and investing is all about confidence, right? The more confidence you have, the easier you to scale. So I like always give an example about like the young ladies when y'all did double dutch back in the day, right? You don't want to get hit by the rope. You got to time it just right. And you wait, you jump in a little bit, get a couple of dollars, boom, you get out, right? You jump in a little bit, you get out, right? You're building that muscle. And the better you get at it, the more confidence you stay in it longer. So even though you're putting a little bit at a time, which is great, I don't want to take that away from anybody, but it's more you understand. Right now, you see, like, hey, this is not dangerous, right? This is not dangerous. Some of the businesses we start, some of the other real estate investments we do, sometimes is much more dangerous than investing in the stock market, right? But once you know that, it makes you feel a lot more comfortable with scaling because a lot of us it's just like from those reports and because I deal with a lot of people that deal with us of our nature we have a lot of trauma of not trusting people. We have a lot of fear, right? And I have to deal with that first with my mentees before they even start trading. So that's why I tell people once you get educated more, then it makes it much better because we don't blame, right? And that's the first thing we want to do is blame someone and not take a personal responsibility.
I love the double dutch metaphor because we call that digging in your potatoes.
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Digging
get
your
in,
potatoes.
come out, get in, come out. I love that. I have a really quick question
Mhm.
before we go ahead and take our break. What do you think about Forex?
So the Forex market is changing a lot. It's a real unregulated market. It's very unregulated. That's why you see a lot of changes happen. We trade a lot of stocks and options, which is controlled by the US Stock Exchange. We trade futures, which is controlled by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Those platforms have been around over 200 years and they're regulated, right? When you buy and sell and your funds are settled, it comes right to you. You have an issue, you have something to complain about. The Forex market, I'm not against it, but it's very weary with a lot of scammers. It could be more towards, get rich quick. I like controlled. So when I talk about anything, it's always controlled, especially as entrepreneurs. You want to sleep at night, right? You want someone to, let's talk about TD Ameritrade. These people will pick up the phone. If you have a problem, if your payment didn't go through, if something happened, right? Forex ain't nobody you're gonna call. If something happened, that's it. You're not getting your money back. So I want people to focus on the controlled markets.
That makes sense, but that's what we're here. We're here to bring in steady growth, create institutions, create legacy. So that was really some great advice. So FinGive LLC says Cash App now offers options for stocks, even investing as little as $10, regardless of stock price. What are your thoughts?
Like I mentioned before, that's good. That's a way to get started. But I don't believe in any type of disposable income, right? I want to know where my dollar is going and why it's going there. So if you're going to do that, like I'm pro education, know how to get in a trade and why to get in a trade. That's what I tell people. So if I give you a stock pick, right? I want you to ask me, okay, Ernest, why are you getting in that trade and how are you going to do it? Those are two major questions. That takes the emotion out, right? Because that means that you thought about it and you got the process ahead of time.
Well, Ernest, let me just tell you, you have definitely dropped some serious gems on us today. I hope that you're able to kind of go into the comments because there's some more questions that are coming in, but we do have to come up on our break. And I just really, really thank you. Tell them one more time how they can get in touch with you.
So everything that you see is at the Profit Room. So Instagram, Facebook, our website, everything is at the Profit Room. And we look forward to connecting more with people at Legacy. So anything that you see, that's the Profit Room. We're always having master classes, things like that. We got another 3-day master class coming up soon. So anything that you see, my email is ernest@theprofitroom.com. But anything that you see at the Profit Room, it's us. You know, that's how you can contact and find us.
Thank you. But actually, before you go, one of our founders of the Legacy Power Weekend Awards Weekend is James Wheeler has a question. He said, this was awesome. What would be the top 3 stocks you recommend? How many stocks should you have in your portfolio?
So I like to have at least 10 because I'm actively swing trading, getting in and out. So it's always your major ones. You still want to have the Apple. You still, even though Tesla's been beat up, that's the main ones like that. Tesla. You also want to have stuff that focus around the indexes. Anything that has like the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So I'll say Apple, Tesla, of course, Microsoft, because those are going to continue to grow. And what I like to do is look on a weekly basis of how my portfolio is going on, and also on a monthly basis, right? Because like I mentioned before, even though Apple is still a great company and will be in my portfolio, but when I see signs of selling pressure, I'll switch it out. So if you got like 10 and you're focusing on like 5 at a time, it's just like a basket. We call it a stock basket. Okay, I'm going to move this one out of the basket because it's not ready yet, and I'm going to move another one back in.
Ernest, thank you so much. I know that everyone is going to be hitting you up, including myself, because it's that time. I think we have awakened. The sleeping giant is opening its eyes, and it's because of the Legacy Power Conference and Awards Weekend Gala. So I just really appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're going to see you next time.
Yes, take care.
You too. All right, everybody. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. It is not over. We have 3 more presentations to go, and I want you all to look out for and of course, my phone is going to act funky. 5 things to prepare you for partnering with an influencer marketer by Bernadette Levy-Maloney. So she'll be coming up next after our break. So coming up in 5 minutes. So everybody come back here at 12:10 p.m. Central Standard Time. everybody. I hope that you were able to get a nice stretch. Did you grab a bite? Did you kind of, reflect and, shake your legs out and everything? Well, let's all do that together, because I actually to stretch myself, and it's really good for us to get the blood flowing. So I'm a dancer, and I used to have a dance company back in the day, so I think I can lead some stretches with you all today. All right, so we're going to just stand up in our seats wherever you are in the world right now, and we're going to just first take our arms all the way up. Perfect, perfect. Now roll down. And come back up. And I love it. You guys got to see all the people that are in studio with me. And we're going to take our arm across. Now let's do the other side. You guys are doing awesome. Let's go over to the side. And the other side. All right. I just want you to just kind of rotate your head. And now we're going to go the other way. And let's just take one deep breath in and blow it out. All right. Are y'all feeling good? Are you ready to get back in the game, suit back up, and get with these amazing speakers that we have for you? Tell me how you're feeling. Are you excited? Are you getting knowledge? Are you learning something new? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Just throw it in the chat for me. Let me know how you're feeling. So while we're having you guys do that, I want to, of course, thank our amazing sponsors for the Legacy Power Conference 2024. So we have Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, and of course, the WDB Marketing Group. Next, we have, it's all right. It's all right. My great team is coming up. All right. The Insurance Exchange, Key Support Solutions, 7-Eleven Law Group, TBM Group LLC. And then when we come back a little bit later, we'll show you the rest of those amazing sponsors as well. Guys, I am super, super excited. So actually, who's supposed to be coming up next is Shantae Prince, which is mastering selling products and services online. So as we wait for her to prepare to go ahead and get inside, I would love to go ahead and chat with you all a little bit more and give me what are your greatest takeaways. So earlier we heard from Dr. Sakira Jackson, where she was talking about that mindset and your vision and actually feeling the vision and thinking about your vision in the present tense, not in the future. It's like it is happening right now. My amazing fiance and partner says that, right, in the spirit world, everything is happening right here at this moment, right? Everything that's planned for you is happening right now. So prepare for it. Take hold of it as if it is happening right now, because it is happening right now. And that's going to be the best way for you to prepare for it. All right. Then we have Mel and Monique and talk about attracting an abundance for your business. And I got some amazing quotes that they gave us a little bit earlier that I just love to just go ahead and re-pull up for you guys. And Mel said, worries are nothing more than prayers that you never wish to happen. I mean, that is really profound. One more time. Worries are nothing more than prayers that you never wish to happen, right? So stop worrying, because we want all of our dreams and wishes to come true. So you have to start thinking about it. You have to start preparing for it. You have to order yourself for it, right? Then Monique said, find the right alignment of relationship. And again, that is not just for romantic relationships, that's business relationships as well. That's friendships as well. You got to find the right alignment with all of your relationships. And that's where you're going to see the prosperity come. Right? Then we had Lanika talk about AI with us. And she talked about how you can literally use AI to help organize your day, your week, your month. You can order your steps. You can really organize everything in both your personal and in your business life. Make it easy. Get rid of the headache. Stop stressing yourself being inside of your head all day long. There's so many tools out here that we can use to help us, to aid us and guide us towards their prosperity. So use them. Right? A construction worker isn't going to go and demo with his bare hands. No, he has mallets for that. He has lots of different tools to be able to choose from. Okay. All right, guys, we'll be right back in just a few minutes so that we can get started with this amazing Legacy Power Conference. All right, we are back, and it is again the first day of the Legacy Power Conference 2024. And I am back with my business bestie,
Hey y'all,
Tequila of Key Support Solutions.
so happy to be here. It's been an amazing morning.
It has. We're kicking it off. And let me just say this. First of all, let me go ahead and say congratulations on the glow up, on the level up.
It has been a glow up, but not without hard work and
Yeah.
a serious mindset shift, which we've been talking a lot about today.
And that's what today is all about. So Tequila has Key Support Solutions. That's also one of the sponsors for the Legacy Awards weekend. And I can say that coming to conferences like this are the keys to success because, right, we've been in there in the trenches.
For a long time.
Like for real.
13, 14
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, like for real. So guys, I just want you guys, please know that when you do that work, that you can become just like Tequila of Key Support Solutions
And Cassie of
Yes,
TBM 360,
thank you.
baby.
and WDB Marketing, because I
Man,
remember
'cause
the
she was-
beginning,
Look.
the little office. The little office on
Yes.
162nd on the other side of the damn Ryan. Okay.
Now she got 2 locations, one of the largest
Yeah.
and most fantastic weekends celebrating Black excellence
Yes.
and legacy building. So happy to be a part of this.
This is magnificent. So later on today, you're going to be hosting a panel.
Yes, it is the 6-figure or the success mindset that is necessary for building, growing, and maintaining a business.
Yes.
I'm so excited to talk about that. Someone asked me a question. They said, well, what is the mindset that you had to have in building a 7-figure business? And I was like, it was the same mindset I had to have when I made my first few $100. It's the same mindset. You understand? So I'm excited to talk about just the success mindset, whether we're talking about 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures. I'm now moving to 10 figures.
Yes.
That's my next, milestone, right? And so the same thing that got me to 7 figures will be the same to get me to 10.
When I get you, I get a little silly. Hold on, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a billion.
That's a billion. That's a minimum of $1 billion. And how long have I been saying hashtag billionaire
Billion?
Bella? You better tell her.
Girl, I gotta take a little praise break. You gotta take a
Yes.
praise break because that is real. It is such an honor to be able to sit next to and sit amongst, right, people who have really done that hard work.
Yes.
And so I'm just thankful.
I'm thankful too because you know what? Your network really matters. The people that you align yourself with, it matters. So you have been a big part of that,
does.
honey, and I love it. Kiana has been a big part of it.
You have
and
been
I'm
a big
just
part of it.
Big part.
Man, right. So keep staying in network, everybody. We just wanted to come on here and just give y'all a little vibe. Right, because she's in the house, so we just had to do it, and we're just, showing you all that, right? Your net worth is in your network. Period. So,
Keila helped me elevate my business so much. What's up, Angel?
hey, that's it. And Angel knows that her net worth is in her network as well. And guess what? You know it too because that's why you guys are here. right? So keep staying tuned, keep doing the work, and we promise that you will reap the rewards. You will see the fruit, okay, of your labor. Just stay in there, guys. So thank you so much, Tequila. All right. All right. So we have coming to the stage. Okay. Let me go ahead and pull this up, guys. All right. So I wanna introduce you properly, my good sister. And of course, right, everything, when you're using technology sometimes on your phones and things slow down. But we've got Shantae Prince here in the building, and she's going to be, of course, dropping some more gems and jewels for you all today. So I want you to go ahead, get those pens ready, get those notepads ready, get your tablets and your phones ready, and let's take it off.
Hey, y'all. I'm so thankful to be here. My name is Shanta Prince, and I work with women entrepreneurs, and I work with a few gents too. But basically, what I do is my main focus is with personal branding, marketing, and sales. And in essence, what I do is I teach women entrepreneurs how to package and sell their expertise online. And so, my background is I came from the Navy. I did 10 years on active duty in the United States Navy, and I was in IT in the Navy. And so that means that I have a really strong technical background. And so I help my clients to navigate through technology with selling online, and I teach them marketing and sales. I also have a product-based business where I sell a barbecue rub that started out as a recipe, and I've even been featured on Food Network. So I actually won a cooking competition on Food Network. So I had to go on national TV and cook in front of the world. So that was a pretty exciting and very stressful time. But actually, you guys, the rub that I made, that I turned, and we're going to talk about this today in this presentation. So the rub that I used on that Food Network cooking competition, I turned it into a retail product, and I actually sell that rub. So some of the stuff that I was able to do, I'm going to talk about today. So the main focus of today, and I have so much to teach you guys. So I'm going to try to get through it as quickly as I can so I have time to take your questions. So I've helped my clients to sell products priced from $97 all the way up to $30,000. And that's in one sales transaction. And so basically, you guys, what I really focus on and what I'm most passionate about is showing you how to take who you already are and turn that into an entire brand. You really can build a brand around who you are. And so it starts with some of the things that we're going to get in today. So let me just pull up my screen so that I can show you as we get into some of the content today. I'm going to talk about two different types of products. I want to talk about digital products, meaning products that you can sell that people can download, pay you for, and download them online, or physical products. So we're going to dive into both of those kinds of products today because I have experience on both sides of the coin, the physical products as well as the digital products. So let me just pull up my screen. Okay, 1 second. Let me do my share screen so we can dive into the content and we'll get started. So, okay. So are my slides already uploaded, you guys, or do I need to pull them up? Because it's asking me. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm just going to do a share screen. Hold on. I'm having some issues bringing up my it's giving me a permissions issue. 1 second. Hey y'all, I'm just waiting for confirmation that you guys can see my PowerPoint. I can't see anything, just so you know, I can't see any comments. So she said, no problem. We still want the tea. I know that's right. Okay, so it looks like the PowerPoint is up. I don't know if I'm controlling it or if somebody else is controlling it, but nevertheless, you guys, we're going to get down to business. So as I stated before, I don't know at what part I don't know how I got kicked out of the presentation, but just in case, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Shanta Prince. I work with women entrepreneurs. I teach them how to package and sell their expertise online. And I've helped my clients close offers priced from $97 all the way up to $30,000. And in essence, what we did with that was just take who they are, what they know, and package it into an offer that they can sell online. And we're going to talk about how to do that today. And I also have a product-based business where I sell a barbecue rub that started out as a recipe. And I happen to be featured on Food Network in a cooking competition that I actually won, you guys. And I use this rub that I sell online on the cooking competition. And so when we talk about creating and selling products online, I am your girl. I have experience in both sides of the house with selling digital products and with selling physical products. So I can talk about both sides of the coin. So today we're going to talk about two different types of products. We're going to talk about digital products. And when I say digital products, basically what I mean is products that you can create with knowledge that you already have. That's my main specialty, is helping people to create and sell products with knowledge that they already have. And so if you have any kind of knowledge, you can actually package that knowledge up and sell it online. And if you're wondering, hey, well, what kind of knowledge are people interested in? Listen, I've seen people selling classes, courses, coaching programs around some of everything. As a matter of fact, I just met someone a couple of weeks ago who teaches people how to take care of donkeys, right? So if you think about if somebody can sell some information online about how to take care of a donkey, now I know you got some information locked up inside of you that you can sell online, but we're going to come from both sides of the house. So the first thing, when it comes to creating and selling products online, there are 6 different ways that you can do that. There probably are a lot of more, but for the sake of time and for the purpose of staying focused, we're going to talk about 6 different ways that you can create and sell your own products online. So the first way is to create your own products. And this is where I talk about where you create digital products. A digital product is an example of like an ebook or a workshop or a coaching or consulting program. This is my main specialty that I help my clients with. So basically they come to me with some type of knowledge. I have clients who coach people on getting out of debt, clients who teach people how to get fit, all kinds of different expertises that I help them to bring together into selling, packaging and selling in an offer online. And so the thing is, one thing to consider before we even dive deep into the content is that you don't have to know everything to be seen as an expert or to sell your knowledge. You just need to know more than the people who are paying you. So if you know more than the people who are paying you, then you're able to collect payment, because even if you just have one step, if you just know one step more than the person who's paying you, people will pay you to learn that one step from you. And then as you grow and as you develop and experience, you can level up. And so you don't need to know everything, okay? So you can create your own products with any kind of knowledge that you have and package it up and sell it online. And there's so many different ways to do that. Even if you don't feel like you're technical, or if you don't feel like you know how to do this. I had a lady come to me, and she was older, and she had some party. She worked with like doing parties and things like that. So she made like balloon stands and different things to put on parties for people. And so she had a Facebook group, and she wanted to basically sell information on how to put together a balloon stand. And so she reached out to me and she said, "Well, how can I, put this information together?" And she didn't have a lot of technical equipment or any of that. And so I said to her, I said, "Well, if you have a computer, you can type up the directions on how to create this balloon stand. You can just type it up in Word and convert it into a PDF, and then you can sell it like that." And so she followed every single step that I gave her. No fancy equipment, just a laptop and Microsoft Word. She typed up the directions on how to create this balloon stand in Microsoft Word. She emailed me a couple of days later, and she said, "I posted it in my Facebook group that I had this instruction guide on how to create a balloon stand." And she said, "I woke up to so many invoices that it took me all day to process the invoices." And so I want to talk about that for a minute, because the fact that it took her all day to process the invoices, that means she didn't even have a payment processor set up. So she had to go in and manually take payment from each person. So she didn't have all the fancy bells and whistles. She just typed it up in Word and she went for it. That is the power of a digital product. Now, for her, that was a game changer because it was knowledge that she already had. And so if you have something that you want to teach or that you're passionate about helping others to learn, you can package it up into a digital product and sell it. And so we all understand that the power of online, everything is so convenient, right? You could make money from your phone. You can be on the go. You could close sales. You could be on the beach. I'm a beach girl. I love being on the beach, even though I was born in Chicago and I grew up in Kankakee. So I know y'all probably know all about that. But I love being on the beach. I could be on the beach closing sales, you guys. So that is the power of online. Another thing that you can do is you can buy white label products, which means you basically buy the rights to products that are already created. So if you're like, "Listen, I don't have the time to write out a 20-page ebook," you can go and find products that are already created, and you can brand those products as your own. Meaning you pay for the rights, you put your name on it, you put your brand on it, and you sell it as if you created it yourself. So if you're interested in looking for white label products, you can easily go to Google and type in white label products and type in your niche, or you could type in PLR, which means private label rights. Okay, so there's two searches you can do: PLR and then type in your niche. So for example, I help my clients with personal branding. So if I wanted to find something that I could sell that's already done, I would just go to Google and type in personal branding PLR. And not only will you find products that you can sell, you will also find that there's content that's already ready to go as well. So you can take ready-made content, and of course you want to make it your own, right? You want to make it your own voice. And then you can put content out there and sell products that are already done for you. So PLR, and you can type in PLR in your niche, or you can type in white label products in your niche. Another place you can go to find white label products is creativemarket.com. If you go to creativemarket.com, you will find that there are tons of products that are already ready to go that you can buy the rights to and sell it as your own. But of course, you want to read the fine print, because some of them have limits on how many you can sell. But the limits are pretty up there. Like they're pretty high up there. So You can search those out and find products that you can sell that line up with what you do. Okay. So anything that you're doing in the online space, you want to make sure it lines up with your brand and with what you already do, so that you don't confuse your market. So if one week, I see this all the time, and I know you guys probably see it too. One week somebody may be selling lipstick, and then the next week they're selling gym shoes, and that's okay. And I said gym shoes because obviously I'm from the Midwest, right? So we say gym shoes, but you don't want to confuse your market. So whatever you're selling, you want to make sure it lines up with your brand and with what you do. Okay. So the next way that you can sell online products is you could become an affiliate. This is one of my favorites because a lot of companies have affiliate marketing programs where you can just sign up to become an affiliate, and you can market their products and get a commission from selling or promoting somebody else's product. Affiliate marketing is very powerful because those commissions start to add up. So let's say you teach about fitness and you want to become an affiliate for a protein shake. If you want to become an affiliate for a protein shake, then you can sign up, and then you can promote those products. And every time somebody buys from you, you're going to be able to get a commission from that. And so that's another thing that you can do. And then you can buy your products in bulk. If you buy your products in bulk, then you can, and usually I don't recommend this one because I like to teach people how to bootstrap, meaning start with what you have and you build up from there. So when you buy products in bulk, that means you're spending money out of your pocket. With digital products, you're not spending any money out of your pocket, but you're creating from what you already have. With white label products, usually to buy the rights to sell something is very low cost. It's not super expensive. You're not going to be paying a whole lot of money to buy the rights to some of these products. Affiliate marketing, you don't need any money to start up with that. Okay. Buying products in bulk, that's a way to do it, but it costs money up front. And then you can also do drop shipping. Drop shipping is when you sell a product on your website, but another company is shipping it for you as if it came from you. This is beneficial because you don't need to carry any inventory. So basically, you can promote the products, sell the products, they buy from your website. That warehouse is going to get that order and ship it to your customer. Your customer thinks it came from you. And that's a great way to also sell products online. And then finally, you can also do commercially packed products. And that's what I do with my barbecue rub. I have it packaged in a commercial packing facility. They ship it to me. And also working on getting in a grocery store, getting in grocery stores. So what will happen is the facility that packs my product will ship it directly to the grocery store. So that's another way to go, but that does take some startup costs as well. So these are 6 different ways that you can sell products online. Let's move on to the next slide. So I know I'm talking fast, but I'm trying to get everything out. I got a few minutes to get out this great content. So I know you guys will probably be able to go back and watch the recording. So I'm just going to keep rolling so I can get all the content out. Okay. So if you're selling digital products, any type of products that you sell, especially if you're selling those digital products, you want to make sure that your product solves a problem. Trust me, I've been there and done that, to where I've created products that didn't sell because I didn't take the time to make sure that the product actually solves a problem. So before you create any product, before you buy the rights to any product, make sure that product solves a problem. So ask yourself, what problem does my product solve? So for example, one of the main problems that my clients have is they have issues with finding clients online. And so I help them to find clients online so they can make money. And so you got to understand what problem your product solves so that you can communicate that in your marketing. And so if you are one of those people and you're like, listen, I've got all of this knowledge and I want to get it out, I want to sell my knowledge, you want to think about, where does your gifts and your expertise meet what your audience wants and needs? Okay, so your audience is basically, that's the people that you're selling to. None of us are called to sell to everybody. Okay, you're called to a very specific type of person. Like I told you, my target audience, I target women. However, I do have a few gentlemen who come and they're like, hey, do you work with men? And I'm like, yes, I absolutely do. I don't turn the gents away, but my target market, I target women. So I work with women professionals and women entrepreneurs. And so that is very, very specific. Okay. And so when you're building, whether you're selling a digital product or a physical product, it's really important to focus on building your audience. You want to find the right people to sell to. Like I said, none of us are called to everybody. And when you start trying to market and target everybody, you really, in essence, you're not targeting anybody. So your targeting has to be very, very specific in that you want to make sure you're looking for the people who you are called to serve. And so make sure you're focusing on that. The other thing too with social media, you guys, we live in a digital age, and all of us are on social media. And so the thing is, what I found is that so many people focus on the wrong thing when it comes to building an audience. When you're building your audience to sell your product to them, you want to think about the quality versus the quantity. And here's what I mean by that. You want to look at the quality of people who are following you, because you want to make sure these people are interested in what you offer. And so instead of going for the numbers and instead of going for the vanity metrics and saying, oh, you know what, I got 20,000 followers. Okay, but how many of those people are actually interested in what you offer? You can do more with 100 people who are interested in your offer than you can with 1,000 people who are not interested in your offer. So when you're building your audience, when you're trying to go on social media, grow, you want to make sure you're attracting the quality of people, meaning how interested are these people in, or how interested are they in what you offer versus just going for numbers. And so I've been able to, in one time I did a $25,000 launch with just a small amount of people. I think it was about 60 people. And I made $25,000 with a very small audience, just because they were small, but they were interested in what I had to offer. So that's the power of focusing on people who are interested in what you offer. Don't get caught up in just numbers, but you want to make sure you're attracting quality people. And so when you build your audience, the first thing you want to do is you want to set up your social media channels so you can start gathering people, pulling people in. And then you want to share regular content. You want to share content that adds value. You want to share content that gets your audience engaged. But first of all, you want to share that content in a way that positions you as the expert. If you're selling digital products, you need trust for that, right? People need to trust you, especially if you're selling high ticket coaching. If you're selling coaching where people are paying you $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month, $2,500 a month, then they need to trust you before they invest with you. Okay. And so the way that you build trust is through sharing regular content. You want to demonstrate your expertise. You want to show people that you can actually do what you say you can do. Okay. You also want to engage on other people's content, show up where your customers are, hang out with them. And then you want to also make sure you set up an email list. I'm going to give you two of my favorite email list providers. So if you don't have an email list, if you're doing business online and you don't have an email list, that needs to change immediately, because an email list is the basic foundation of a successful online business. And there's so much that I could unpack here, but for the sake of time, I'm just going to keep going. You just got to trust me. You need to get your email list set up so that you can start collecting email addresses. The thing is, you guys, we don't own any of these social media platforms, right? If you're on Facebook, if Zuckerberg decides he wants to get up and close Facebook down tomorrow, you don't want your whole business to depend on Facebook. You want to be able to still make money regardless of what these social media platforms are doing. And so because of that, you need to focus on building your email list so that your business does not depend on a social media platform to be successful. So get that email list set up. Two of my favorite email list providers is number one is aweber.com. That's AWEBER. Aweber.com is my favorite. My other favorite is ConvertKit. ConvertKit.com. ConvertKit is another really awesome email list provider. And it's important to get those set up because actually, you guys, it's against the law to use your personal email to mass email. Okay. So you want to be able to mass email because you want to collect an email. You want to collect emails of people who are interested in what you offer so that you can make money anytime you want to. Imagine having an email list of 1,000 people. That's considered a small email list. But imagine having an email list of 1,000 people, and you send out your new ebook or you send out your new product that you have. You can make money anytime you want to when you have an email list. Okay. So the other thing is, when you have an email list, you can get repeat buyers, repeat sales. And another thing, finally, is when you have an email list, you can present your offer over and over again. The thing is, you guys, sometimes people post one time on social media and they're like, oh, why didn't I get any sale? How come nobody bought my product? And the main reason is because people need to see your offer more than one time. So you got to get it out there. You got to constantly share it. You got to constantly post it. And when you have an email address, when you have their email, you can send that offer out multiple times. Sometimes it takes people between 4 and 7 times to see your offer before they'll buy, right? So if you have an email list, you can send out your offers via email, and you can get sales just like that by putting that offer in front of them more than once. And so that is the number one thing that you need in order to be successful online, is making sure you got that email list. I know we're crunched for time, you guys, but if there's one thing that you take away from this presentation today, I would say make sure you get that email list set up so that you can start emailing your subscribers and building a relationship with your subscribers. All right, you guys, that's my time. Thank y'all so much. I feel like I was talking like a motor mouth, but thank you so much.
Let me tell you, you did that. You did that, sis. Thank you so much. I know we're kind of flying through this second half of our virtual power conference, but I just really appreciate you guys. And everybody, please make sure you will get the presentation emailed out to you. So look out for that. And of course, you always got the replay. Thank you so much, Shante.
Thank y'all. Have a good one.
You too. All right, y'all. As you can see, we are on fire. Okay. We got to run them back to back to back. And I got them coming up next. So you saw my girl, my business bestie, Tequila, up here. And she, of course, legacy just runs in her veins. Okay. So her daughter is up next. So this is not to walk in anybody's shadows. It's just showcasing that legacy does come from family. And I just love that institution building. So 5 things to prepare you for partnering with an influence marketer by Bernadette Levy Maloney. Prepare yourself for a dynamic presentation on the essentials of partnering with an influencer marketer. In this session, you'll uncover the 5 key aspects crucial for a successful collaboration with influencers, from selecting the right partners to measuring the impact of your campaigns. Join us to ensure you're well equipped to navigate the world of influencer marketing effectively and maximize your brand's reach and impact. Hey, Bernie.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm awesome. And I just want to say in person, congratulations on your nuptials.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome, but I am not going to delay this any further. I know you've got some powerhouse information for us, so take it away.
Okay, fabulous. Am I going to present my presentation, or is someone going to pull it up for me? Because if someone's going to pull it up for me, now would be the time. There we go. Okay, so preparing you for an influencer. This is 5 things you need to know. This is the crash course. There's obviously so much more to unpack, but we're going to get just with the main points here. So next, who am I and why should you care? I'm Bernie Love Maloney. Since the start of my career, I've managed over $5 million in partnership campaigns, spanning across all industries: medical, beauty, luxury fashion, etc. On top of that, I've worked with dozens of influencers in all capacity to see the partnerships through. So from digital campaigns to experiential campaigns, which are any in-person things, I've been both brand side and influencer side. So I have a 360 understanding and approach to offering this information. These are some of the brands I've worked with over the years, some of the heavy hitters. And so I'm really excited to speak with you today so that we can get the information that you need. So what does this mean? So let's start with what an influencer is. If you are on any social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, the likes, you have seen an influencer of some capacity. An influencer is basically someone who uses their voice and their following to promote products, educate, empower, so on and so forth. This does not, and I talk about this a little later, this does not necessarily mean it has to be a celebrity of someone with this like crazy, I've got 500,000 followers on Instagram. This is so broad. There's people that have 500 followers that have influence and do affiliate marketing. And then you do have your people who are full-time influencers, Hilo Lux, all of that have millions of followers and reach millions of people. So with that, influencer marketing is your strategic approach where you, the brand or the company, collaborate with an influencer on their platforms to reach their audience, leverage their audience for whatever your purpose may be, brand awareness, sale conversions. We're going to go through everything, but those are just some of the things. Why care about influencer marketing? So this is a growing industry, a growing number. About 31% of social media users discover new products through influencers. Again, no, this does not mean celebrities. Actually, about 80% of influencer marketers prefer to work with smaller creators, 100,000 followers or less. Why? Relatability. Have you ever seen someone and been like, yeah, you're cool, but like, I have nothing in common with you. Therefore, you're most likely not going to buy the products that they buy or rock the products that they rock because it's just not part of your day-to-day lifestyle. It's part of their day-to-day lifestyle. 61% of consumers find relatable influencers far more appealing. So you're talking about half of your market that finds the everyday person with everyday struggles and stories way more impactful than Beyonce. Cost. Oh, can you go back just 1 second? So this is an important note I want to say. The cost is also a main driver of why we want to use maybe a more relatable influencer. These are low cost talent fees, or we're on an affiliate payment model, which I will get into next. So this is the influencer road. So this is your roadmap. These are the 5 things that you will need to establish before even thinking about working with an influencer. So first thing we want to do is define our audience. We want to develop a campaign. We want to budget. We want to conduct strategic outreach. And then, of course, we want to take the proper steps to finalize the campaign. Next. So let's define your audience. What does this mean and how do you do it? First things first, you want to conduct market research. So you want to understand your demo and behavior patterns of who your buyer is. And that is split up into 2 things. Who your buyer currently is, if you have an existing business and you understand that, or your potential buyer. So who do you want to reach to grow your audience? Or if you're a newer brand, who do you want to reach, period? Identify your demos. You want to determine their age, gender, location, income level, education level, other relevant factors, which I know seems like a lot, but it is so important to get down to the specifics. You want to consider factors like marital status, where they grew up, income levels, the works. I lost my presentation. There we go. Now you want to understand your psychographics. After determining all those other demos, you want to consider factors like their ethnic background, if that's applicable. You want to give them names, right? So I put Debbie, Mark, and Stacy. I don't know why. That's where my head was at the time. But you want to give these people very specific names and give them a persona. So that when you're doing your campaign planning, you're like, okay, I'm targeting this toward my Debbie, or I'm targeting this toward my Mark. This is who I want to reach at this time. Can you reach more than one at a time? Of course, but it helps to know the groups you're working with. Define your pain points. This is something you hear time and time again when, establishing your business, but that's because it's important. The way you're going to craft your campaign is by identifying what the issue is. So challenges and problems that your audience faces, understanding not only their needs, but their desires and their goals. How can you create an aspirational situation and product? That's going to help you solidify who you want to work with as far as influencers. And then, of course, last in defining your audience, you want to segment into your buyer personas. So divide based on these segments. And like I said, you want to name them. So I'll give you an example of a buyer persona. One of my clients is a luxury footwear brand, and one of those personas is Deborah. And Deborah is in her mid 40s. She is married. She has 1 or 2 kids. She is a stay-at-home wife, but she loves to online shop. She's someone that probably lives in the South and has time on her hands because she is stay-at-home. Her kids are a little older, so they're in school most of the day. And she loves looking fabulous. This is a woman who has events to go to on the weekend and nonprofits to run, and she sits on boards. And so she's buying this product at a level that someone else may not be buying the product because of the price point or because of accessibility or whatever that may be. So with that, you're able to take Deborah and be like, okay, how do I reach Deborah based on her demos? Is she looking at a high-low luxe, or is she looking at a Brittany Xavier? Like, what influencers is Deborah connecting with? Next. All right, now we talk about the campaign. First thing you want to do when you're doing your campaign is set your objectives. What do you want to get out of this campaign? Because it's not always sales, especially in the beginning. You want brand awareness. Do you want lead generation? It's like Shanta was talking about. Do you want people to be driven to your email marketing list? Do you want website traffic? What do you want from this campaign? Because that's how you're going to determine the information you present to your influencer. Craft your messaging and get like nitty gritty with this. You want it clear, you want it concise, you want something that resonates with the target, with the personas that you're trying to hit. Develop your budget and timeline. Create a realistic budget. What can you really do? And this does not have to be anything crazy. Your realistic budget could be $500. What can I do to make do with this $500 in this campaign? Tracking and analytics. This is important because this is how you're going to measure the success of the objective you set. You want to determine your KPIs. This could be clicks that the influencer brought in. This could be how many views, the engagement, the reach, the impressions, story views, visits to your Instagram page, whatever that may be. That's what you want to determine to develop your ROI, your return on investment. All right, let's talk money, because I definitely just brought up budget, and this is the scary part. And this is why I feel a lot of people don't work with influencers, appropriately so. There should be some level of anxiety here because it'll cause you to make better decisions when working with influencers. So first of all, let's dispel the myth that influencer marketing is always expensive. Though it certainly can be, there are ways around the expenses of influencer marketing. Negotiation and relationship building is a big one, but also, and I'll talk about in a later point, affiliate marketing. When it comes to talent fees, only work with an influencer on a talent fee basis once you've identified your audience and have an allocated marketing budget that you're not afraid to test with. You have to develop a budget that is like your risky budget, right? If you lose it, you know, obviously no one likes losing money, but it's not the end of the world for your business. If it goes great, amazing. Now you know to reinvest in this person or influencer types that are similar to this person. Also, after you've seen a proof of concept, which I will get into next. In the beginning phases, work with a creator on an affiliate model. You want to be able to test their conversion. So if you have an e-com business and you've got a $50 product, work with that influencer and getting them like a 10% off code or something like that, where you can track in your Shopify or whatever platform you use, how many times that code was used. Then you know, okay, not only are they driving people to my site, but they're also converting sales. Another way you can do this is when you are setting them up, you want to give them like a custom link. You could do this for free on Bitly.
See how many times in their link that they posted on their stories or their link in bio, people clicked through, because maybe your goal is website traffic or conversions. Do little things to set your influencer up for success, and also on the back end, set yourself up to be able to track your KPIs so you know what your ROI is and you know how this influencer works and if their audience is really your audience. This will oftentimes mean working with smaller creators to begin with. When I say smaller creators, I mean somewhere from 5,000 to 10,000 followers. They're a lot more inclined to do things on an affiliate model, and also they're trying to build their resume up, so you can negotiate a little bit more with them. Please do not be afraid to ask creators for a media kit. Their media kit is what's going to give you insight on their demos. This way you'll be able to line up your personas that you developed with who their audience actually is on an analytical basis, not just who they say their audience is or who you perceive their audience to be. Do not be afraid to ask for the facts, and do not be afraid to ask for case studies on recent campaigns. Okay, cool. You want to charge me $1,000 for a post. What was the case study of a successful recent campaign? Did they get their money back? What was their ROI? Pull the metrics. An influencer is not going to be afraid to show you successful case studies. As a matter of fact, they're going to want you to see that. Next. So how do you even do influencer outreach? So the first thing is you want to research and identify relevant influencers. What do I mean by this? If you are selling plants and you go for someone that's a fashion influencer just because they have 100,000 followers, that is not relevant to you, because this person's audience cares about clothes, not plants. However, you can get creative, right? So relevancy doesn't mean like, oh man, now I got to go find a plant influencer. That could be someone who is an interior design influencer and loves to fill their home with pots and plants and things of that nature. Get creative, but make sure it's always relevant. Let go of the vanity metrics. The vanity metrics are the likes, the followers. You got to let that go. And that's why it's important to see a case study and a media kit, because it gives you insight into those internal metrics, the shares, the saves, the clicks, things of that nature. Email is always the best way to approach an influencer. DMs, they get lost in the mix, and it already reads as like unprofessional if you try to slide in someone's DMs when you're trying to work with them on a professional basis. The only time I would say DMs are okay is if you and that influencer already follow each other and you already have like a rapport, or they're already a fan of your brand. Other than that, email it. And when you email, you want to put yourself in the mindset of, okay, what is in it for them, especially if you're on the lower side of your budget. And by the lower side of your influencer budget, I mean you're only working with maybe like affiliate, $0 or $1,000. A good influencer budget per influencer, I would say would be around $15,000 to $3,000 per influencer. But yeah, when you're working with that lower budget, what's in it for them? Do they get free product? Are you going to have press around your product that they can be involved in? Is it a partnership where they can put their name on it maybe and do like something cute on their page and get an affiliate model structure? What would appeal to you if somebody was reaching out to you and asking you to essentially do, low cost work? And 3, and this is important and applicable for literally everything and anything in life, establish a genuine connection. Get on the phone with them, get on a Zoom with them. Don't go straight into the asks unless you are coming with a hefty influencer budget. Then it's like, okay, yeah, you've got $3,000 for this one influencer. Let's get to the money. But if you're wanting to really massage the relationship, even if you do have the money, it's always nice to just, give them a call, give them a Zoom, go through like a brief with them, tell them what you're really looking for in this campaign so they have a well-rounded understanding. Next. All right, let's finalize this bad boy. So you're going to want to negotiate terms and conditions. This is important. You want to see what's possible.
Do you want exclusivity? Meaning, if you do sell plants, in the next 6 months, they can't promote any other plant business. Do you want their content in perpetuity? Meaning, do you want to own it forever? Like it is yours to keep. That's going to cost you. You want to outline the exact deliverables you want for them. When I say deliverables, I mean, if they're working on their Instagram and you want 2 in-feed posts, meaning it's on their Instagram feed, and then you want a story, you don't just want to say, all right, influencer, you're going to post for me and cool. You want to say, no, I want 2 in-feed posts. I want you to tag my brand in the caption and in your post. I want you to post a story with a custom bit.ly or UTM link, tagging my brand in the story post as well. And then I want you to send me those exact analytics, internal analytics, no later than 7 days after that post goes live. That is how specific you want to get. Is there a timeline? Do you need this ASAP? Do you need this within 2 weeks? Tell them that. Do you want to pay net 30? So look at your budget. See, okay, I'm not going to have the budget to pay them in the month, but I'll have the budget to pay them in 3 months. So in your contract, you want to say, okay, I'm going to pay you net 90. And then that way there's no confusion about money and when you owe somebody and what you owe them. None. Do you want to pay them half up front, half later, whatever? You want to let them know. So you want to create the contract or agreement, draft that up, and then you're able to execute the partnership in totality. Maintain communication throughout your entire partnership and address any issues or concerns promptly. Next. And that's it. It was short. It seems simple. I know it's very daunting to get into the influencer space, but just remember they're human and you can always negotiate. Be specific with who you are targeting. That's really that.
Bernadette Levi, excuse me,
Okay.
Maloney. That was really awesome. I love those tips. I love when we get to negotiation, right? Because that's when we're getting down to business. That's when we are meeting the goals and paying the money, right?
Right.
That's what everybody likes to hear. So you really gave some really great, clear directions for people to be able to follow, which is super important when it comes to creating relationships and people doing something for you, because we do think that, hey, it's just as simple as just post my stuff. And then you're upset when you're not seeing any difference. No ROI is actually having. You got to put some standardizations in place so that
Right.
you can see the needle moving. You can see
Right.
progress actually happening. So I
Exactly.
really appreciate you for all of this.
Thank you. I appreciate you for having me.
Absolutely. And just so you know, your mom was listening and she's
Yeah.
getting those gems.
I hope she was
Because
taking notes.
she said you were like, Mom, you're going to learn something. You need to pay attention.
I sure did.
She did. Let's see. Do we have any questions really quickly? Chrissy of KW Insight says, great information. Now I can take some new ideas to my daughters. Love that.
Nice.
Love that. Let's see. T's Traveling Spa Party says, how often should you send it out?
Send what out?
How often should you email it out?
I'm trying to figure out what it is. So T's Traveling Spa Parties, let's get a little specific. What is it? Because then I can help you.
I don't know if I'm hearing you or your mom right now. I feel like she said it in-house at the same time. So if we get a little clarity. Antonio, do you have clarity on that question? Nah. Okay. You guys,
Well,
listen.
if she means how often should you send an email out, how often should you be outreaching to influencers? That depends on what your budget's like. If you are someone who is going to be doing an affiliate model basis, I would say quantity is best. Still quality, but you want to maintain some level of like, okay, if I'm working with 10 influencers and they're all working at an affiliate basis, and I really want to see that return, you want to get a wide net on that, especially with the smaller creators. Now, if you are working with a broader budget, this could be anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 for your influencer marketing budget. Then you could start to get real picky. You could start to cast that very, very quality net. You would start working with people that have 1 million followers, 900,000 followers that are niched down for your business. And that way you're sending out less emails because they're more targeted, if that makes sense. Hopefully that's answers your question.
I think regardless, you gave out some really great information right there, just in general about marketing. You have to cast wide nets, right? In order to get some good fish inside of there and, throw back the little ones. Thank you so much. You were completely awesome, on point as usual.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for listening. I'm really excited to have this opportunity. Have a great rest of the conference.
You too. And all right, everybody, of course, that we'll be following up with you all so that you all can catch that replay, see the decks that everyone has presented today, and be able to keep building your businesses and growing them strong. Before we bring up our dynamic grand finale and powerhouse panel, of course, we have to acknowledge some of our amazing sponsors. Of course, WDB Marketing Group. It is the reason why we are all here for the Legacy Power Conference and Awards Weekend 2024. Mariano's, another tried and true sponsor of WDB. Key Support Solutions and Discover. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. The Insurance Exchange. 7-Eleven Law Group, Event Noir, and TBM Group LLC. We are so thankful for all of your sponsorship. Your sponsorship has helped this amazing conference grow and is continuing to grow and bring in more amazing speakers with amazing business owners and participants that are coming through. And all right, guys, I am super, super excited because this is now our Success Mindset panel. And we have some super heavy hitters for you all today. It's going to be moderated by Tequila Shabazz of Key Support Solutions. Then we have Perdure Carter of Dream Spots, Lakeisha Graysoul of Move Beyond the Block, and Candice Janae of Epic Fab Girl. So I'm going to go ahead and give it over to my business bestie here, Tequila Shabazz of Key Support Solutions. We need that other mic. Yes. Hey, y'all. Looking great. All right. We live? Okay, there we are. Hold on 1 second. Okay, welcome, y'all. How y'all feeling? Bring up that energy. Excellent. Hey. Okay, so what I love to do, I'm going to start off and introduce myself again. I am Tequila Shabazz, the CEO and founder of Key Virtual Support Solutions. We have primarily been known for providing high-quality virtual assistance to small businesses to make sure that all of their operations and back office is in tip-top shape. We have recently expanded our businesses to make sure that we have your strategic planning together, your process mapping, and workflow optimization, which is extremely important when we're talking about building legacy businesses. I am so happy to be here with 3 individuals who are building legacy businesses, and they have been doing it for some time. And I'm gonna let them introduce. I'm gonna start. Yep. Thank you, ladies first. Thank you for doing it. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. So you all, I just want you to give your 60 seconds elevator pitch, who you are, and connect. So we're going to start with you, Lakeisha.
Absolutely. Thank you. This is so wonderful, y'all. It is Legacy Weekend. Yes. I'm Lakeisha Gray Sewell. I'm the principal owner of Move Beyond the Block Productions and also the author of Move Beyond the Block book. We amplify the stories and voices of small businesses, community leaders, and I'll keep it at that. The rest will come out on the panel.
That's right.
I love it. Hey, everyone.
Hey.
My name is Candice Janae. I am a digital marketing and automation strategist and business coach. I'm the CEO of Epic Fab Girl, where we help Christian women entrepreneurs market and scale their service-based businesses to 6 figures and beyond. We have a global community of Christian women entrepreneurs, and I am from Chicago.
Hey.
How's it going? I'm Padua Carter, aka Coach the Closer. My slogan is I don't complain, I close.
Hey, I love that.
I own a real estate brokerage called Dream Spots. We located on the south side and west side of Chicago. We are excellent in real estate, and we help investors and homeowners build legacy and wealth through real estate.
I love that. And y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all this is a true story. It is that I don't complain, I close. That's why he's sitting here right now, for real. He closed me. We had this conversation 2 months ago, and I was like, when we were talking about a success mindset panel, I was like, Padua. And he had that shirt on. Okay. So again, this panel is all about having a successful mindset, because I think we heard earlier from Mo and Mel that everybody isn't built for entrepreneurship, but we're in a time where everybody is an entrepreneur. So we're going to give you the gems so that you can be successful, but it definitely starts with mindset, right? And so that's what we're talking about now. And I want you to understand that success is a subjective thing. It is not always defined by, I want to hit 7 figures. So I think it's very, important. Kiana and I were talking. I was like, no, let's not do a 7-figure success. Let's just talk about success mindset, right? Because it starts there. So the first thing that I want to do, and again, if we can, I'll start with you, Padua, and we can pass it down. 60 to 90 seconds. Tell me how you define success.
Success to me is coming up with a goal and an objective and accomplishing that. So everybody's success is a little different. Like she said, some people success is 7 figures. But if you got 7 figures and you unorganized and your personal life is in shambles, I don't know if that's successful. We like the 360 lifestyle. We want you to be successful in business, family life, spiritually. So it depends on your goals. But personally, my success is accomplishing the things that I set out to accomplish personally.
That's right. I love it.
I think that's so incredible. For me, I think that when I think about success, I think about metrics. I think about how do we measure success, right? And I think that's why so many people jump to, I want to have 6 figures or 7 figures. But I think for me, I have grown to measure success by way of fulfillment and impact. And so even, yes, I'm going to make money in the journey, but the fact that even in my business, I can say I've impacted people in London or in all over the world, in Africa, and all these places. I think about building and creating something that's impactful, that is beyond beyond the time that I spend here on this earth. So when I think about success, I think about not just the money that I'm going to make while I'm here now, but I think about the impact that I'm going to make after I'm not here.
Yes, I love that. That's legacy. That's a legacy nugget. So every time y'all hear a legacy nugget that's being dropped, put it in the chat. Be like, that's a legacy nugget, right? That was a legacy nugget. Okay, Lakeisha.
So for me, success is really being aligned with my purpose and feeling like I'm in my vortex, right? For me, alignment with knowing what God has put me here to do, right? It won't always look like what other people measure by or what looks like what society says is successful, right? All too often we get to a point where we're 60, 65 years old, we're retiring, yet we don't feel fulfilled. We've never really gone after what truly feeds our soul. We've gone after what will increase our bank accounts or what will increase our network and all of these other things. So for me, success is just knowing that I'm in alignment, that I'm fulfilling my purpose, and that it has an impact on other people out in the world.
I love that. Keep that. We gonna keep going back and forth like that. Understand, alignment was a word that you heard too earlier today. It is so critical that everything starts with alignment. And speaking of, what
you know, I mean, I don't know if you anything like me, I wasn't always here with my mindset, right? So if you could go back to that time where you weren't there with your mindset where you are now, what mindset shifts were crucial for you in moving from A to C? We ain't at Z yet. I'm gonna leave some room, okay? Okay, go ahead.
So I didn't have this mindset yesterday. Like every day is a new day and we should be growing every single day. Our perspective should be broadening. So for me, my mindset, I always check in with myself because little Lakeisha, who grew up in Bronzeville on the low end, is quite a different woman than Lakeisha, who is now leading a $1 million organization, who is also the principal owner of Move Beyond the Block and all these other things, right? So the mind shift that I had to have is that I am not a victim, right? So I had to come out of that. Also had to move beyond a lot of unforgiveness and resentment. And that's not just personally, right? That's systemically, because we know that there's structural things that are in place that hamper our success oftentimes. We know that there are opportunities that we don't get because of XYZ. You're a woman, you're Black, you live here, this is your zip code, all of these different things, right? And so I had to move beyond the resentment of not having those opportunities or not being able to see around me, success around me. So being, in poverty and these sorts of things, I had to forgive what could have been and just appreciate where I am, that I am here, that I am blessed to be able to serve in this way. And so in that service, harnessing that to advocate for the next person and amplifying the voices of those who I wanted to hear when I was a little girl.
Ooh, look, it was legacy gems being dropped. Oh, I got goosebumps, honey. First of all, she said, I am not a victim. And I think that that's really important for our community as a whole. We tend to hold on to this is because I am, but right, the statistics, but I am who I say I am, period. Right. So that's what I'm taking away from what you're saying is, yeah, these are true. These things are all true. I did come from these situations, but I am not my circumstance.
And so I love to say these things are facts, right? Because facts change. So these things are facts, but the truth always remains. I've always been powerful. I've always been born with the purpose. I've always been here, right? You've taken a long time to recognize it, but I've been here, and the facts can change. Your bank account can change. Your zip code can change.
But the truth remains
the same. You are planted here in this time, in this space right now. You're born to do what you are doing to serve a bigger purpose, and that does not change.
Okay, let's go.
I mean, you took us to church, so I'm ready. Listen, that's my lane right there. One thing I love is when I think about success and mindset, I think that success is already written. Especially for me as a believer, I have always been in this mindset of like, no matter what I'm going to do, I'm going to win as long as I'm following God's plan. Yeah. And even if I get off that path, He going to veer me back onto the right path to experience the success that was already written for me. And one of my favorite Bible verses is Joshua 1:9, where it talks about be bold and courageous, for have I not commanded you? And it basically talks about going out and possessing the land that literally was already given and assigned to you. And so for me, I'm like, all right, if I'm going to go in, I'm going to go in with the mindset that yes, there may be giants in the land. Yes, there may be things that are going to happen that I might be, afraid of, but that's not going to stop me. Having a battle that I lose or a moment that feels like a super major loss, I'm not just going to lean back. I'm going to lean in and trust that I have all of heaven's armies behind me. Like, so listen, that's why I said you get to talk about Jesus. I'm gonna be like, all right, but but no, I really do think anybody can take that principle, even if you don't believe what I believe, right? You can take that principle that your success is already written, and if you lean into that, like you're only gonna be successful.
Yep, and I mean those gems were dropped early. They've been dropping legacy gems all day. I think it was Anika who said, "How did you know?" Someone asked her, "How did you know that you were going to be $1 million business?" She was like, "It was never a question. I came in knowing, right? Like I didn't ever have any doubt about it, right?" So it starts with a success mindset. To me, first starts with belief, like an unshakable belief. Okay, Padur.
Yeah. And to build off what you said, mindset now and from before, I always had a pretty positive mindset and belief. But like a lot of people, when things go wrong, like it's easy to say the, you know, the cliche sayings like "I believe," you know. It's about when something goes wrong that you don't like. Let's see if you can practice those beliefs, right? So the difference between me then, I always talked about having a positive and you know, bouncing back from failures or when things hit you, keeping the positive, actually doing them, listening to what you said, and when you get hit with the biggest adversities, still taking action in what you preach, right? Practicing what you preach. So I believe, you know, no matter what adversity you face, you gotta you learn from it, and you keep moving, and you keep working, and you keep things positive.
Yeah. And you're going to keep that mic because you're going to kick off this next question, okay? And I want to make it real practical for everybody, see, because what we're saying, you know, people are like, oh yeah, that's nice. And entrepreneur, you just touched on it, like you going to face some challenging times, right? So tell me about what your daily or weekly habits look like that have significantly contributed to developing your success mindset.
Yeah. So, man, it started about 15 years ago when I used to work out.
When I used to.
You know, I used to run the Forest Preserve. I used to run around the Forest Preserve, and I used to listen to different things. And I believe these things have significantly changed my life. I used to listen to the Think and Grow Rich, the Eric Thomas, the Successful Mindsets, right? And listening to those things and understanding that everybody really face the same obstacles in this world. It's about how you respond to them and how what you think about and talk about, that's the movie of your life in your mind, and that's what's going to play out. So I keep positive things, and I keep a solution mindset, right? A no complain mindset. I tell people this all the time. CEOs, owners don't complain. Complaining is for customers. Like you sitting up here complaining is for customers. You're supposed to solve problems, right?
Come on now.
There you go. So when you're going through problems, you just got to have a positive solution. Or if you think negative, that's what's going to play out in your life.
Man, so, we've been hearing it all day long. I hope y'all taking notes, right? Yeah. It was your daily or weekly habit.
Listen, I'm like, I should be taking notes. So so daily and weekly habits. One of the biggest things for me, two huge things is I slow down, right? And two ways that I do that as a believer, I take a Sabbath and I actually honor it. So like one day a week, I am not touching nothing work related. And I think what it does is it just conditions your mind to believe that you can make money even if you don't work one day of the week, right? Yes. Like it's this rest mindset of like, when I rest and reset myself and my mind and my body, I'm going to be a better self throughout the week. And so that's something that I like to do. And I also like to slow down at the beginning of my day. I learned that my days are better and like my life and overall well-being and the success of my business is better when I take time to first thing in the morning, get up and spend time with myself and God, right? Yep. Because sometimes we don't think how many, like he said, there's thoughts in your minds, right? You got to have that positive thinking, but there may be some negative thinking lingering in there, but you get up and you scrolling on Instagram. And then the next thing you see is somebody post that did something amazing. And now you're comparing yourself against them. That comparison is in the back of your head and you still haven't made room to make a positive thought for yourself on your own. So one of the things I like to do is get up, I journal, I sit with myself, I sit with God, I meditate, I pray. And doing that has literally shifted my entire life because you literally feel the difference. So making the practice of doing that, affirmations, but then also surrounding yourself with like-minded people that are legacy-minded people.
Yep. I don't deal with nobody until 10 o'clock. Don't even call my phone. I'm not doing it. I love it. Okay, you, Lakeisha.
I just had this conversation yesterday with our social media coordinator about our daily, like how we flow into our day, right? And you just said before 10. So some people may think a success mindset means you got to wake up at the crack of dawn, you got to start at 5 o'clock and just go early bird, early riser. No, not me. Never. And so it's aligning, making sure that my week and my days are aligned with how I process and how I work through, right? So if I know that I'm not going to be on emails or anything like that, I take on clients and projects that align with that. When I first wake up in the morning, when my husband's getting up early, I get up, but I'm not out of bed. And so I turn on my Louise Hay, my Abraham Hicks. I play that over and over. So even while I'm asleep, these things are playing, right? These affirming things, these powerful mantras are playing. I wake up then, I do my journaling. I do some John Randolph Price if I'm in my 40-day, like I am now in my 40-day prosperity plan, just to continue to keep those mantras going, where I meditate on and sit up. I then do my yoga. I do all my body flow first thing before I'm communicating with anybody outside of myself, just so that whatever, as Purdue said, whatever comes my way externally, I'm already aligned. I'm already in position. I'm like a tree. You can blow me, but I'm not moving.
David Shan said, sleep is for suckers. I don't agree with that. I'm not aligned with that. What you think? Because, I noticed that men, and I know this is just men and women, the way that we go about this entrepreneur thing, life in general.
Yeah.
Do you align with that message? Because
what?
They're both talking about rest,
I
but you.
know. So I did. I do follow like Eric Thomas and these people who like grind time, right? So here's the truth of the matter, though. Even Oprah said this. If we all got the same 24 hours, but I'm starting at 5 and you starting at 10, I got a 5-hour head start on you every day. Compound interest.
But what we didn't say we didn't start at 5 necessarily. We said I said I don't start dealing with the public until 10.
Gotcha.
I was getting myself together at 5:30 in the morning.
Okay.
I'm not dealing with you into 10 o'clock.
Okay. I don't have that luxury. My contractor started calling me around 6 at Home Depot, and I gotta push the button to get material. But
you know what?
I do believe. Listen,
rest. That's all I'm saying.
Rest,
yeah.
And even the people I follow, like the Eric Thomas. I don't know if you guys heard of him before.
Yeah.
He, people come after him like they came at him like, you teaching people not to rest. That's unhealthy. Rest is very important.
Yeah.
Right. Rest is super important, and your body tells you when you need rest, and when you need rest. So you got to listen to your body and soul at all times.
Exactly. I used to be part of the team No Sleep until I broke down. It's like, I need to sleep. I need naps. I need all of it.
And I don't work on Sunday, like you said. One day
you have your day. Yeah. So you do believe in rest. Yeah. So let's talk about this. Because in business there are lots of risks. Lots and lots of risk. Okay, so how has your mindset towards failure and risk taking contributed to innovation within your business?
One more time.
How has your mindset towards failure and risk taking contributed to innovation within your business?
Yeah. Okay. So, most business owners are risk takers. You got to be to be in business, but I don't really look at it. It's a risk to just let somebody have full control over your life. I started off.
Can we pause right there for a second?
Look, no.
Legacy Gem.
Bam. I'd rather be in control of my own risk and let somebody else be in control, right? And I came up with that. I started off as a phys ed teacher. That's people call me coach because I used to be a gym teacher and a coach. Every year, they used to talk about taking music and gym out the curriculum because they didn't have the funding for it, and they would have to raise property tax. Every year, we used to have to go to these meetings downstate, and I was like, what if they stop it? Like, I had no control over it. So that's what started me out in real estate. So I started doing my own thing so I could be in control of my own life instead of wondering if they're going to stop PE this year. So being an owner, you in control of the risk you take. But the mindset, I believe in what I do. I don't just take action without thinking it through. And my past have showed me that the things that I do tends to be successful and work out for me. So now when I think of something, it'll keep me up all night. I'll go do it and it works out for me.
That's very good.
Yeah, no, I think that's so great. I feel like when it comes to losses or moments where I feel like I have failed, I like to leverage them to, like you said, innovate, right? So, for example, if I do something and I just know it's going to be amazing, like I know y'all have been here before. You do something, you like, this is going to be so lit, and you do it, and it's crickets. And you like, that's real disrespectful. What they say, like, entrepreneurship is so ghetto. I'd be like, is this the life I'm supposed to live? I quit a 6-figure job. And listen, I have been in a place where I actually, my house was at risk for foreclosure. I was served foreclosure papers the day after Christmas 2019. I was sitting in a coffee shop working on my business while I watched my car get repossessed outside in front of me. And I've had so many moments where I had to make decisions in my personal life and my business life where I'm like, okay, where do I spend money here? Where do I spend money there? And every time I feel like I have a loss, I've always learned that that's honestly God's setup for the biggest comeback you about to see, because the biggest losses, like, I feel like that's a sign that it's only up from there, right? And I, like, in those moments, one of the reasons why I got, why I believe my car was repossessed and all of that stuff happened was I was not charging my worth. I was literally giving away my best business advice and strategies. And then people would go do whatever they did, but then here go my car being repossessed, right? And that was, I was broke by a choice, right? Because I was choosing not to raise my prices. Yes. So I had to get over myself and say, okay, what did I learn here? Never again am I going to be in a position where I'm saying, just because you want what I got so bad, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to say, no, wait, this is the price. I elevated my price. Literally that very next year, God took my business from $0 to 6 figures in under a year, right? Yes. But I had to learn from that lesson. And even that was on the back of a conference that I hosted. I invested I made a decision. I said, am I going to spend this last $2,500 on my conference, or am I going to pay my mortgage? I put it on a conference. That's right. I took the risk. And I remember being in bed, going crazy, literally on Candy Crush every single day because I had nothing else to do, because I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't have no money. But literally it switched up, changed that very next year. But I learned the lesson to not undervalue myself. And I also learned the lesson of going after sponsors, going after partners, cutting my budget in certain areas so that I didn't have to, take such a cut when it was time for me to make money.
Yes, I love it. That's right. Look, Lakeisha, like, okay, next question. I feel like everything was covered.
So first and foremost, I think the very first thing for me was just getting a understanding of what failure is. And you have to understand where I come from and my background. It really does propel me going forward. So when you've had your lights off, when you've had to boil water to wash up, when you and your sisters had to be close for warmth, that does something to your fear and your risk. Like what nothing you can do to me after that, right? I already know what the bottom is. And so that's been me forever. But then when you get into the business mindset, then it's like, listen, what is failure? What exactly is that? Because if I walk away from a situation that I say the world looks at as a loss, but then in that same loss, I may be sitting in Sip and Savor. I ain't gonna say no white business. Sip and Savor, right? And I'm sipping my iced tea, and let's say I'm you, right? And my car is just repossessed. But in walks Tequila, who sits down next to me in this Black-owned shop, and we start talking business, and then you offer me some words or some counsel, some strategy that I can input right now today that's going to elevate my business. Then did I really lose? Like, what did you really lose in the moment? So I think, and also, believe me, I'm not trying to take people to church or
Yes, you are.
to
You
preach
taking us
church,
to church.
but Philippians 4:4-13 gets me right. Philippians 4:4-13 gets me right every time, because there is nothing that I need to set my mind on but the excellence, the nobleness, the honor, all the things that God has already done for me. And if he's done these excellent things, then who am I to worry about what a risk is? Who am I to sit here and doubt what God has promised me? Like, I can't, that it, to me, that's saying, did God take a risk on me this morning? Should he have left me sleep this morning? He took a risk saying, I'm gonna wake her up because she gonna go out in the world and do what I commanded her to do, right? So if God took a risk on me, I certainly can take a risk beyond my doubts.
I'm finna cry. No, keep that. I'm finna cry because I mean that's my life right now. I just applied for a big opportunity, and the whole time I was talking about I'm not qualified for this. I know. I had to smack dibbity that, but guess who spirit got them together? Spirit got me all together. Like, you got to apply. You about to apply. So it was like,
and you about to get it.
And it was down to the 2-hour mark, and I applied, and I did. It was like, you've advanced to the next round, right? So you know, I understand what you're saying, and I love it. So we gonna go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm all into my people. Y'all, legacy, guys. Legacy. Okay. They out here checking me. I'm in it. Okay. How do you when we're talking about a success mindset and building legacy businesses, we work with other people. We work with teams, right? Y'all got teams? Everybody up here got teams and people they work with. How do you cultivate a success mindset within your team? And what impact has this had on your business?
Woo. Okay. So first of all, this is not my first business. This is my second business, because like Candace spoke of earlier, I was giving away my jewels, right? And then I have a non-for-profit. I work with girls anyway, right? That teaches you a lot about how you cultivate a team. And the bottom line is to be an example. Be who you say you are, be what you expect other people to be, and put in and invest what you are expecting other people to invest and put in for your dream.
Yes, love it.
Yeah, I love this question. So for me, when it comes to team and success mindset, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. No, but I'm a bit of a perfectionist, but I have had to release that, because you can still experience excellence without perfection. And one of the things I've had to tell my team is, like, mistakes are going to happen, but excellence is still going to be the standard. So yes, we may get something wrong. We're going to apologize when we get it wrong, but let's fix it. Let's own our mistakes and keep it pushing. So a lot of times we think that, especially with our teams, oh, somebody messed up something real big, and then they're scared to do their job after that. And it's like, no, I want you to operate in the fullness of your calling. We hired you for a reason. You're good at what you do for a reason. Lean into that. And if something goes wrong, we're going to fix it. We're going to rearrange. But I think the other really big thing is for your team to be on par with what your goals are. And they be tied into that vision. And the last thing is to actually create a company culture that they can fit in. And our team, for me, they know our culture is like, we might mess some stuff up, but it's going to get right. So, yeah.
On fire. Come on, Padura. He like, let me go ahead and
nothing big, but I'm big into team. I have 65 people on my team.
What?
And what I do a lot.
Teach us something now.
Yeah, but no, we got several offices and different people, but like she said, it's about the company culture and rewarding what you want. So we reward not just closings, we reward positive thinking or helping others out. And I also share what I'm listening to or reading. The team will read a book. We all read or listen to the same things to keep us motivated in a positive mindset. So we just share what I did to help me with the team, and we do it as a group. And we also have a company culture for success.
That is so, so important. I have a community of over 200 virtual assistants, right? So you see my shirt. Oh, or not. It says lead with legacy. Right. And that's a big part of our culture, right? Know that you're a part of something big. And I know you mentioned about vision. We're going to close out with this question because this is what this entire weekend is about. Mentorship, right? Development, learning from those who are in the trenches every single day. How has mentorship played a role in shaping your mindset and approach to business? Because I know that I've been an entrepreneur for 13 years. This is my third business. The first two businesses, I did not have mentorship. It was mentorship from the beginning of my third business that turned it all around. In my first year, I was kissing six figures, right? Because of mentorship. And then I've now gone on to invest many thousands of dollars into mentorship, coaching, education. So let's talk about it.
So
we got 90 seconds.
100% believe in mentorship. But when I started, I did not have much mentorship, but I was able to survive. I've been here. DreamSpot's been in existence for 16 years. And I have a couple other businesses that go with it. But mentorship now, like she said, I invest. I'm in a lot of masterminds, different groups, and it helps you, right? I had to bump my head against the wall and make mistakes that I could avoid it if I had a mentor. Now I help people not make the mistakes I made. I'm like, listen to me. This is what I do. This is how I did it. So mentorship can help you elevate your career. You can save 7 years of bumping your head with the right mentor, right? Yeah. So I definitely encourage anybody to get a mentor that they respect, looked up to, and that's doing well and doing what you want to do in the industry you're in.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to mentorship, for me, I think about just always being a person that is forever learning. And one of the things my parents always taught me, because they were like, you're smart, but don't think that you can't learn from anybody. Like, you can learn from a janitor, you can learn from anybody. And so I took that mindset into, even though I got my MBA and did all this stuff, I've always positioned myself to be in rooms where I was learning. And so a lot of the mentors that I have are not just mentors that I paid by investing in their programs and things like that, but I have a lot of peer level mentors where it's like they're pouring into me, I'm pouring into them. And one of the ways that I've gotten that is showing up in rooms at events. I know some of y'all got this virtual ticket today. Show up in the room tomorrow. Like, you don't know who you're going to sit next to, and you don't know who they're about to become. You don't know what connection they have. So I have learned to get in rooms where I'm able to be around like-minded people so that we can kind of pull and draw from each other.
That's how we met, being in the room.
And this is not to negate the concept of mentor, but just like you,
always hello.
I just like you, I didn't have mentors. Well, I guess I did have mentors, but I guess the difference in a mentor and somebody that's a coach to strategize your business, right? Where they're not just like the big sister that you can vent to and can give you their philosophy, but actually strategize. When I started to understand what a coach was and what a consultant was, that then propelled my business, because my mentors and the people that I looked up to and I admired and I could share with them, you know, they would allow me space to do that. But I never felt like I could look up to them for inspiration, but I didn't get like the sit down roadmap of exactly what to do until I got a coach and a consultant. And myself as a certified overflow lifestyle coach, it just is important to understand what a coach is, what a sponsor is, what a consultant is. These are all different levels of people that's going to pour into you in different ways. And a mentor, I think, is more hey, Candace, girl, let's go get some whatever, and then we'll talk. But a coach is going to put you in the rooms, tell you what to do when you get into those rooms, who you need to talk to, make the phone call on your behalf, and meet you there, right? And then say, oh, your car got repossessed. I'm sending you in the limo down there so you can show up in this sort of way, right? So that's just been my journey with mentorship.
Yes, yes. Yeah, you gotta know the distinction of the, you know what I mean? That's real clear. Like a life mentorship, you can tell me what food to eat. Okay. You over here can tell me how to run my business. Right. So it definitely is a distinction. And I believe we are out of time. Are we taking questions from the audience? What's going on? Let me look at the camera. Okay. They telling me to stay on. I feel loved. Oh, okay. Oh, this is why you need mentors. So we are wrapping this up, right? So are we doing questions or, okay, yes, let's do it.
First of all, let me just, I gotta what's we call do ballet. Okay, when you are sitting amongst people that you can learn from, I'm thankful. I am thankful. I'm grateful to be able to sit here amongst giants, like seriously. And although you all are my peers as well, it is feeding me.
Yes.
Fully. I am full. It is like, you all know me. I speak and I project, but it is tough right now for me to get it out. I am about, you said you're gonna cry. I'm in that same space. So I'm just so grateful and thankful. And I thank God. Let me get in closer. I'm sorry, I'm making the shot too wide. Okay. But I'm thankful to God. I'm thankful for you all. I'm thankful for all of us. I am thankful for WDB Legacy Power Network. Yes. So you all did an amazing job. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope that you guys have really taken all of this in, and I mean seriously taken it in. Don't just sit and show up for the live. I need you all to go back and catch that replay, because I know that, getting on a journey of actually getting education for your business, right? Getting that coaching for your business, understanding strategy and planning, and getting out of hustle. I hate hustle.
Please, because it is definitely a difference between a hustler and
I hate hustle. A hustle is a half a step away from slavery.
Man.
Period.
Man.
And when we started, Dre and I started doing courses with the Women's Business Development Corporation, right? The free ones, and it's taken, there are gems that were put down back then that are just now landing today.
Yes.
Right. So I encourage you all to keep listening, rewatch, because it's going to take some time, but stay on that journey. Stay on the journey, and you all will see the fruits of your labor start to bloom. So let's see here. We got Latoya Underwood says, takeaway, be solution-minded. Complaints are for customers. I was back there like, I was in the back like, hey, come on. Woo! Complaints are for customers. Businesses, you're here to solve a problem.
That's it.
Period. Latasha Hoskins says, I am in awe and tears. Thank you all so very much.
Look, Latasha.
Gee, it's just day one. Yes. Latoya also says, this was dynamic. Thank you.
Yes.
Man, listen, guys.
We love it here too.
We love it here. Thank you guys so much again. Right, can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up and say thank you to our sponsors. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, y'all. Okay. Are y'all feeling the way that I feel right now? Listen, that success mindset panel just took it on home for us today. We started off strong. We ended even stronger, but that's only for right now. Okay, this day is still going on, guys. So if you could go ahead and put up on the screen for me, I am going to let you guys know what we got going on tonight. It is Legacy Talks. All right, let's go back to there we go. Legacy Talks from 6 to 9 p.m. Guys, if you all are from Chicago, then you know about Uncle Remus. Okay, and the founder of Uncle Remus is going to be out, and he's here with his daughter. Okay, from 6 to 9 doing Legacy Talk. So make sure that you all come out for that tonight. You have registered with Event Noir. Make sure that you're checking all the details, checking your emails for location and times for the whole Legacy Conference, right? That's today and tomorrow, and then the whole Legacy Weekend if you've got the full package on Saturday as well. All right, and then I want you to look out for tomorrow, guys. We got Little Rail in the house, Chicago's own Little Rail, one of my good friends. And right, and me and May and Case got the pleasure of doing a chat with him tomorrow, so I'm super excited about that. And then later on tomorrow evening is Jeezy. Oh, right, I didn't know that he was a business mogul, did you? This man got many businesses. Okay, so make sure that you are coming out. If you are on today, that means that you have a ticket for tomorrow as well. So make sure that you come through, that you are ready to network, you're ready to build, you're ready to listen, you're ready to open your minds to keep getting even more jewels than you were getting today. Today was just, woo, they set y'all on fire, but we got even more coming up. So make sure you check it out. All right, so let me go ahead and go back to our sponsors one more time for making this all possible. Of course, we have to shout out 7-Eleven Law Group, Event Noir, and TBM Group LLC, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, WDB Marketing Group, and the Insurance Exchange, Mariano's, Key Support Solutions, and Discover. And of course, I need to make sure that we give our special thanks, because when you put on a production like this, it's not by yourself. You have a team of skilled experts that are here and have been here very early. So I want to say special thanks to AG Technology Consultants, We Make Bright, and 530 Scholars for making this all possible. But the 2 years prior, Antonio and I was working boards and doing everything by ourselves, but not this year, guys. We got a full team, and shout out to Tequila for giving that vision and saying, hey, it's time to upgrade. Oh, it's Bright Ideas Company. All right, my bad. It's Bright Ideas Company. All right, with my boy Tony. All right, y'all. So, hey, we thank you guys for joining us. Shout out to Kiana and James for, of course, making all of this possible with WDB Marketing. This is the Legacy Conference Award Weekend 2024, year number 7, the number of completion. So I need you guys to keep it going. Come out tonight, and we'll see you all tomorrow. I'm signing off with your girl Cassiopeia of TBM Group LLC and theblackmall.com.
Yes, it is that time again where we celebrate Black entrepreneurs like no other. We're kicking it off February 29th with the virtual conference. This is the day to kind of prepare for you for the in-person conference. So we're talking money, mindset. We're going to have some hands-on workshops. All of that's happening during the virtual conference. And then on March 1st, we'll get ready for our big day, the Power Conference, which will be hosted here at the Greenwood Oasis, which is a beautiful center in the heart of Chicago. And we're going to be talking about all things business. This space will be transformed with vendors. We're very intentional about who we invite for you to connect with. So it'll be banks, insurance, financial institutions, all those that can help grow your business. And on this stage is when we get down to business. We're going to delve into topics about marketing, how to finance your business, and of course, how to scale. We all want to make that $1 million in our business. And on this stage, we're going to talk about it. We got people that have hit the $10 million mark, the $20 million mark, and they're all coming here. This is where the connections happen. And this is where we all scale our business and grow to the next level. And we ended the weekend with our signature event, the Awards Gala, which is taking place in downtown Chicago at the beautiful historic old post office. I promise you it's going to be a vibe. And we have our signature restaurant showcase. So over 20 restaurants will be showcased along with Spirit Brands. We'll have our amazing Awards Gala where we honor people who are not only successful, but really giving back to the community, and our Young Entrepreneur Award where we pass the torch to that next generation. And I'm going to give you all a tip. Come VIP to the gala. You get full access, curated experiences, a separate bar, and just a whole other vibe that only Legacy can bring. So don't be the person looking online at the recap. Get here in person. See you Legacy weekend.